in the dark. Come on, we gonna light up the night. Come on, I wanna dance in the dark. Come on, we gonna light up the night. Underdogs dance in the middle of the night. Can see the night skies in the mirror of your eyes. If you gon' dance, make sure you got the rhythm. Make sure that your heart beats with the rhythm. I wanna run wild in the middle of the night, right under the moon, but it's glowing in the night. Nothing in between our skins but the rhythm. Make sure that your heart beats with the rhythm. The night time is the right time. I wanna dance in the dark and never stop. We gonna light up the night like shooting stars. Whenever you hear the sound, don't be alarmed. Ooh, 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 dancing in the dark. I wanna dance in the dark and never stop. We gonna light up the night like shooting stars. Whenever you hear the sound, don't be alarmed. Ooh, 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 dancing in the dark. Underdogs dance in the middle of the night. Out here with the stars like the creatures of the night. If you gon' dance, make sure you got the rhythm. Make sure that your heart beats with the rhythm. I wanna dance in the middle of the night and see the night skies in the mirror of your eyes. If you gon' dance, make sure you got the rhythm. Make sure that your heart beats with the rhythm. The night time is the right time. I wanna dance in the dark and never stop. We gonna light up the night like shooting stars. Whenever you hear the sound, don't be alarmed. Ooh, 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 dancing in the dark. I wanna dance in the dark and never stop. We gonna light up the night like shooting stars. Whenever you hear the sound, don't be alarmed. Ooh, 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 dancing in the dark. I wanna dance in the dark. Come on, we gonna light up the night. Come on, I wanna dance in the dark. Come on, we gonna light up the night. I wanna dance in the dark and never stop. We gonna light up the night like shooting stars. Whenever you hear the sound, don't be alarmed. Ooh, 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 dancing in the dark. I wanna dance in the dark and never stop. We gonna light up the night like shooting stars. Whenever you hear the sound, don't be alarmed. Ooh, 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 dancing in the dark. Baby, this is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she moves, and everybody's watching her, but she's looking at you. Watching her, this is what you came for. Like
we've just been walking down those city streets, yeah, all day long, and I've been thinking about it. I can't wait until we get between the sheets, yeah. No, 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 no. Holding back is way too long. I can't do what you do. My mind is about to burst because of what you do. Can't you see it's slowing down? I know that you know too. So help me understand why we waiting. We fuck until the morning, girl. That's all you got me wanting. Oh no, let me love you. Fuck until the morning. Fuck until the morning. Because of what you do, can't you see it's going down? I know that you know too. So help me understand why we waiting. We fuck until the morning, girl. That's all you got me wanting. Oh no, let me love you. Fuck until the morning, until the morning, until the fuck until the morning. Girl, 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 no.
Terus
dust. Just hope this night will last forever. Oh, oh, oh. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy. Makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better.
Раз.
It's been so long. I knew just what I would do when I heard your song. You found my heart kiss, gave me freedom. You knew I could not resist, needed someone. And I was flying through the stars. Just hope this night will last forever. Oh, oh, oh. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy. Makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better.
Раз.
Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy. Makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better.
I came here with a broken heart that no one else could see. I drew a smile on my face to paper over me. But wounds heal when tears dry and cracks they don't show. So don't be so hard on yourself, no. Let's go back to simplicity. I feel like I've been missing me. Was not who I'm supposed to be. I felt this darkness over me. We all got there eventually. I never knew where I belonged, but I was right and you go wrong. Been telling myself all along. Don't be so hard on yourself, no. Let it so hard on yourself now. Let's go back to simplicity. I feel like I've been missing me, but it's not who I'm supposed to be.
Уважаемые алматинцы и гости города,
Dear residents and guests of the Almaty, welcome to Digital Almaty Forum 2023, Digital Partnership in New Reality. Today you can expect fruitful discussions and meeting with world experts in IT industry. Ladies and gentlemen, panel session on creative industry will commence in a few minutes. We kindly ask you to take your seats and switch off your smartphones. Dear participants of the forum, allow us to commence the first plenary session. Creative industry is being more utilized in digital area because digital technologies promote creation of new products. What trends are set by the creative industry and how digital tendency helps to develop the digital trends? The session is moderated by Aika Lemi, Director of the Board Namad, and Brand Incubator Aika Lemi.
Salim Dostar.
Greetings, friends. My name is Aika Alemi. Welcome to our panel session dedicated to creative industry. Allow me to welcome our speakers to the stage. Producer of the documentary, Katerina Sosnovaya, Suvorova, and our compatriot and Irina Sosnovaya and Katerina Suvorova, Aizatullah Hussein, founder of the Ozen Media Company. Greetings. Almaz Jali, entrepreneur, managing director of Brave Talents and Brave Engineering. Allow us to begin. You're all aware that the creative industry is a big business. It is only in our country that is rich with all of the resources, with oil and gas, uranium, with metals, alloys, and rich in agriculture. We sometimes underestimate these industries, but creative industries all over the world are estimated to be to millions of dollars, to $2 to $3 million. So the whole world takes this industry seriously. Flagmans in global development started to develop these industries back in the 90s, but unfortunately we only started to transfer for commanding economics, so we did not have time. But clearly these are large industries. So today we'll talk about how today all over the world creative industries amount to 10% of the GDP. In our country it amounts to 1.5%, so we have a lot of potential. And I'd like to start with the fact that the creative industry is a different economy. It's non-traditional industry, and the values calculate differently. So I'd like to ask our speakers, what is creative economy and how values are determined? Who would like to begin? Kairat? So ladies first, please. Irina, perhaps you should start. How does value is formed in your company, for example? You have to turn it on. I present Lan Cinema. In our company, there are two huge directions. On one hand, we are a major cinema production in Russia. Out of 5 of the largest box offices, the 3 projects are done by us. Currently, there's a Cheburashka movie which collected 5 billions in itself cost is it is one of the examples of how money is made, how the value is determined. And our second largest direction is cinema, which is Start. We do not disclose our economy in Russia. In terms of online cinema, there is a huge competitive market. We have more than 13 land cinemas that compete for the attention of the viewer. Part of these land cinemas are independent, and some of them are a team of a larger holding, so it's a large competitive market, so we do not disclose the numbers. But the economy of online cinemas, they are created by subscriptions, and each project has its own revenue, which consists of distribution. But by and large, the audience does not want to understand what this value is determined from. So my question is, previously in traditional economy, you had to have land plots, you had to have facilities and buildings. Today in creative economy, you just need idea and concepts, and you can even shoot a movie onto the iPhone, which can win an Oscar. It is indeed true. The content is king. And if you can create something that can cause an emotion, then undoubtedly you can make money. And of course we have kings of content, so I'd like to give the floor to them, to two of you. I'm very interested in how you create the value of your company. So how do you do business? Well, to be honest, we're working in video production for 7 years now. And as a musical platform, I was in for 4 years now. We're approaching this very badly as business. We're always been approaching as a creative project that motivates us and drives us. The value, if we talk numbers, that the distribution market of music in Kazakhstan is just $3 billion. In Russia, it's $300 billion. In the US, it's $15 billion. So it might be considered a problem for us because in general the market is not developed. So my message is there are no problems with creativity. We have a lot of creative guys, and we have a lot of equipment for private companies. So we're not lagging behind any CIS company. But digital infrastructure, so-called, is lacking. You just mentioned how many online cinemas? More than 13 online cinemas. Unfortunately, none of Kazakhstan's cinemas, I've never used them. And in this segment, so to speak, of business, we have to move in that direction. I monitor closely the merger of Kazakh Telecom BTS, and I'm interested what's going to happen. There's a lot of content in BTS company, and there's online platform, and Kazakh Telecom has an online platform that we have not seen to date. If we can just combine it in the right way and make it an app for TV for every house in Kazakhstan, then I think it can boost our market of cinema, of some online TV shows. It can become a catalyst because the government can allocate annually 2 billion for making movies, but if it doesn't reach into private business, into market economy, then it's not going to develop. Then I think even the government can sponsor it. If you do not want to sponsor any online cinemas or digital infrastructure, then I think these online cinemas and platforms can be monetized and can easily sponsor other movies. So that's how it works in all over the world. I'd like for Almas to speak out. How you make money? A lot of parents they think that you should study a lawyer, finance manager, or economist. Just they tell you to get a real job. You worked as a lawyer. First of all, I'd like to support Izat. You said that you haven't seen any movie from Kazakhstan cinema because there were some attempts that weren't so successful, and they had very large budgets. We're making money on content production, from influencers, on directors, and large advertisement collaborations, in short films, in full films. I even have FMCG team. We use our marketing resources and got engaged in making women hygienic products or just food. And this is something that we've started 1.5 years ago when we reached the revenue of 1.5 billion. We do it not only because it's a new niche for us and we have to subsidize our internal projects. Where do I make money in order to make a fully fledged movie? But considering that I do not want to make Kazakh comedies that are very profitable, I'd like to make some complex cinema, but it contains a lot of risk. I'm not going to make a lot of money out of it. So therefore, it has different economy and different ideology. But in continuation to the creative industry, we're working out Break Talents, the concept of creative industry. First of all, I may devolve into technical and boring part because I was a corporate lawyer. What is a creative industry? Creative industry in CIS countries is divided into 38 to 40% of OKED. OKED is type of activity. There are, for example, restaurants, and there are different types of OKEDs. So creative industry is divided into different OKEDs. Film production, videographers, and so on and so forth. In 2015, there were 12 positions. So we have an increase not only in revenue, but also in directions. Who knows what is the share of creative industry in Kazakhstan? No one knows for sure. Fox and other editions news write in different ways. There are a lot of people from creative industries, and I was engaged in optimization of taxes myself. Your company can reach 70% of tax, and then you have to, and then you can even launch subsidies in the name of your mom or dad. And creative industry. This is just a different topic. And we'll come back to it, but I'd like to avail myself of this opportunity and present our speaker is the head of the management of entrepreneurship. Welcome. Perhaps you could comment on how much the creative economy industry is worth. Good day. Forum participants, I am glad to welcome you on this platform. Our deputy Akim was not able to attend this meeting. In general, you know that in September of last year, by Maslihat of Almaty, it approved the development program. One of the vectors for development will be the development of IT and creative industry. So I'd like to know how much do you support and how you support various directions. In general, we will have a range of support issues. It's financial, non-financial. At the instruction of Akim, we've created the Center for the Development of Creative Industries, Almaty Creative, within the framework of which organization our company is 100% owned by this organization. First of all, we're talking about grants for providing to the creative industry. We're talking about repayment of costs, reimbursement of costs, and there will also be non-financial assistance. There will be legal assistance, financial literacy awareness, and you may also know that we're planning to develop a venture fund with the capitalization of 10 billion tenge. Procedurally, we can tell you about it more. These are the features that we also have the head of the fund, Mr. Mamed. Please raise your hands. Remember this face. He has all the money here. And here I'd like to make a remark. The fund, it will be separate, but it will be based on Almaty creativity and KCI. To Kairat and everyone who would like to speak out. Maybe you don't need a lot of resources such as land, but for the infrastructure to be to start, you have to create a brand and product, and there's a problem with Kazakhstan brand and product. Personally, I'm engaged in an incubator business, and as well as my colleagues, and I'd like to ask Kairat, you have a huge experience in that. Can you comment on that? Yes, good day. First of all, I'd like to welcome everyone on this beautiful forum. I am very glad that there's a lot of youth that is interested in general to the IT industry and creative economy. I would like to say a few words that I present the Aurora company, and our main product is event management. We've been doing this for 30 years. It's our craft. We create event in various directions. It could be a concert, it could be a special event or some show, and our product is our event. And as you have rightfully said, in order to create a product, you don't need to own land plots. You just have to have a creativity. And all of the non-material resources are united by the team, and they can generate revenue. What's about what colleagues have been saying about the numbers in creative economy? The fact that creative industry will develop is great. It is important for the state to make an impulse, to make some prerequisites, to create instruments that can be utilized. And we have talented people. There are a lot of projects. We always like to talk about bright projects that can be seen, where there are a lot of people from state sector, where Dimash and Munbek are people in the scope. There are creative projects that can be bragged about, or we can be proud of. Those projects can be developed despite the fact it can be done for the majority, but in order to create it for this majority, there could be
Artist management, we create artists, we do the management, concert activities, and being their producers. And talking to adults, they are saying that you are working with an artist, but where do you work? So the people have not perceived this creative profession, that this is a job. But this is a job, and it may generate good results. And it's not toxic type of activity. It does not pollute environment. It does not require a lot of capital. Well, it depends on the industry. The fashion is such an industry where I work, and it does pollute environment. But those that work only with ideas or only with artist management, Yes, but I wanted to ask a question to all our panelists. Why we have only single numbers? Why it's only one Dimash, one Almaz with his bloggers, with his agency? Why we have one Katya or two, three? What's the problem? I already said that we need mass effect, we need competition, we need opportunities and conditions. For example, I am making startups in event industry, live events, live performance, and I do also events in IT. We make IT products in our industry. So for the guys that work in IT, I believe that there is good support, that there is Astana IT hub, and if you become a resident, then those that work there, they get quite good benefits. There is no VAT, no CIT, and some social taxes are reduced. There is access to funding. That's cool. But as a IT Kairat, I am event manager, and I'd like to ask a question. What is the difference between event manager Kairat and IT person Kairat? Why there are no benefits for the Kairat from the creative industry? So why don't you create some benefits for the creative industry? Well, all the borders between creative and digital industries today, they're quite thin and washed out. I wanted to ask Almaz. Almaz, you had an idea of Astana Hub. If you could share your vision and to support the creation of a product and an infrastructure. Well, this is not an idea. This is supported by Bogdan Musin and Bagjan and Ministry of Digital Development to develop this concept. And I agree why it's not subsidized, because creative industry, IT industry, is prioritized by the government, and it's good. We subsidize agriculture, IT, but now I think that it's hard to say at the IT forum, but creative industry exports more content and larger amounts than IT industry. And Astana Hub at the same time and other IT platforms, they are subsidized by billions, and they have tax holidays and infrastructure. So as to creative industry, we discussed a lot with our partners, with producers and film directors, and nobody is going to ask subsidies from the government as finances, as funds. So we're now trying these 40 types of creative industry to attach them to Astana Hub. And being a lawyer, and I know that any bill will go through the parliament and the government. It will take 1.5 years. Why do we have to spend time on lawyers, whereas we can add to Astana Hub a creative type of industry, and so that all the cinema people, those that do makeup, any small jobs at creative, media, music, fashion industry, arts and crafts, all of that needs to be digitized. We are now saying without understanding technical details, because each work with the government, and my colleagues will support me here, that this is a lot of red tape and bureaucracy. So where there are money, where there are benefits, it's even more regulated. So in order to progress this story, so we paid $200 million of taxes. So the movie I've made in 72 million. So I would make 3 more movies, and they could repay for this 200 million tenge. So there should be a political will from the government that the industry is prioritized, because creative industry has proven to be profitable. GKS Entertainment, OZN, 3 million music industry, and in OZN there are 30 artists if you just split it between them, and there are more, even more artists outside of Ozen. So this is a small story, but we are growing self-sufficient. So we just need a legal boost as the tax incentives. So if God is willing, we need to talk about consolidation. So the people that would like to, they consolidate around this idea and who wants to join Astana Hub, please come to me, Almas and Aizat. We are now bringing people who would like to promote this, because it's not only three of us, but we'll say there are thousands supporting us. Well, everybody who sits here are successful. They just need political will, an administrative resource and green corridor. But the money are required. So I wanted to give the floor to Katya, Ekaterina, because the independent media, independent movies outside of Kazakh Telecom, and especially documentaries, which focused on festivals and niche art. So what kind of support you need? Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to talk. I'm a Kazakhstani film director. I have my independent studio. And talking about documentaries, I need to make a prologue, because it's a minority type of arts in the modern industry in our country. So when we talk about documentaries, I believe that it's perceived like BBC, National Geographics, all these documentaries with the author telling a story. But there is a special type, it's creative documentary, creative artistic author films. And they have huge international industry, huge interest and potential. And I work with this format. I believe in the potential of Kazakhstan documentary. So what I wanted to say about money, I have a brief comment to what you said. What about the mass effect of our movies? Here we need to talk about this, because the potential of local stories is huge. When I was presenting Завтра море, Tomorrow's Sea, at the former Aral Sea, when I came there, the viewers requested for the additional shows of this film from Kazakhstan, and it's not my name that called them to ask for additional shows, but it's the story from Kazakhstan. Our stories are very interesting for the world, but we are telling them very few. So I understand why it's not so, why we are not having 20 or 30 movies in a year. So documentary is interesting because it presents unique stories from faraway places, especially cultural traditions, how we make our modern society, what we think about, who we are. And in Kazakhstan there are lots of such stories. I agree with you, because Kazakhstan and this region in general is like a wide space on the map of the world, and our stories are waiting to be told. So you all should tell them. And talking about funding, I work more than 10 years with documentaries, and my analysis of industrial processes in this industry is that at the post-Soviet Union there is mining of creative potential to the West, abroad. When authors are finding stories, their personal stories, or stories of their national, ethnic issues, but having no support to produce their films internally, they find them with international partners, and then there are huge budgets which are covered by international companies in their countries. I've heard the stories that they're getting some salaries, but it reminds me of a story with selling ore materials like oil or metals, which is not a final product, and it costs very small. So when we're selling this very cheap, these ore materials, raw materials, So we should be having a good brand as a name, and it should be produced with big love to the author's dream, when the funding should be according to the author's needs, because the final product should reveal something new about our time, about our culture in Kazakhstan, and about civilization, about humanity. And for that, the movie should sound like this, with a large scale, and then it becomes a part of industry and generates money. But in order to become such a film, it should be supported in its country with respect to its creative potential, which is provided by financial support. And for that, funding should consider not only the reports, tax reports filed, but whether this film had to be filmed for another year, whether there should be a preparatory period. So it requires special flexible conditions, because new approaches to funding of creative cluster in Kazakhstan may lead us to huge achievements. I agree with you, because we are a country of authors. We are just 18 million. We are a country of authors. So we have stars, and we have very strong tradition of author movies and design and architecture. So we cannot compete with China, India, or US. And when we have China, when we have film products or music, there are just 20 people that we call for all the products. So why we have a problem with specialists? It's the problem of lack of competition in this industry. For example, our neighbors, Russia, Turkey, that has went through this journey. Talking about Russia, the serials that the people were watching, they were like Stairways to Heaven, the Yarko из Хацапетовки. Who from the young people would discuss these serials? But 10 years ago, they started to develop online cinemas in Russia. There are big players that came, and they started to make original projects. And just at a start online cinema, we can say that for a couple of years there were global tectonic changes and global success. The first Netflix originals in Russian, that was Better Than People, the Start project. First Amazon originals in Russian was Gold Diggins, Содержанки, and the first TV original should have been Container, the Start project. So we were noted by the entire film industry, and everybody wanted to get projects from the regions. I was born in Kazakhstan, in Almaty. I position myself as a Kazakhstani producer, and I always pay attention to how our industry is perceived throughout the world. People are eyeing us. Let's take Venetian Film Festival, Adiljan Yazhanov, Goliath. We were producers in this project, and they took a special prize. It's a A category festival. So for the entire industry, it should be a signal that people, guys, the world is looking at us, and they're waiting for our stories. So if in Kazakhstan the industry will develop, if there are online cinemas who will support competition, there will be specialists born, because the industry is forming creative specialists, showrunners, producers of talents, and we need to pay attention to that and to grow this industry. Yes, because it does not have to be certified electrician, to be film director, specialist on makeup, on light. But unfortunately, our vocational schooling is ruined, and so we have to train our own personnel. I never left Kazakhstan entirely. I always stayed here, and I was watching the industry. I see how many great specialists are here. Two top three TikTok houses are in Kazakhstan. There are guys who are producing these TikTok houses. 25 and 26 million guys, you are here. So this is fantastic. These TikTok houses are in Kazakhstan. In Kazakhstan, there are a great number of young producers, film directors, those that are going to be watched and filmed throughout the world. There are contracts. So everything is ahead of us. We just need to pay attention. We need to develop competition in this industry. Because these are not raw materials, not earth and not capital. There are brains, there are talents. And everybody that grows talents, Kairat, there are very clear instruments on how to attract attention to your content. Because there are trends, there are international trends, there are clear algorithms on how to make the international platforms such as Netflix, Amazon, Apple TV, HBO Max would pay attention to your projects. So Kazakhstani projects, they have everything to make this happen. Yes, especially when the geopolitically some of these centers are moved, shifted here. Kazakhstan becomes such a elevation hub, elevation center, so we need to use this historical chance. Answering your question why it's the same people, I believe that we need to look more attentively because there are a lot of guys and I believe that creative industry is just starting to develop in Kazakhstan. And creative business is always business, it's always risk. And there are different entrepreneurs that have different opportunities to risk and different risk appetites. So perhaps those who are at the top, they are more risky. But to be brief, it should be not the same people. To have different people, there should be good start condition and there should be a mass effect. Talking about numbers, there was a report of one guys, the Association of Event Industry, some 300,000 are involved in creative economy. Compared to processing industry, it's 600,000. In the creative industry, we have 300,000. It's not so few, it's a lot. And we know this level of support of the government in processing industry, it's huge, it's crazy, and it's not in the creative industry. So we need to create large-scale involvement, education. We need to raise the authority, information and knowledge about this specialty. We need to talk clearly, we need to promote, making PR that creative specialties are interesting, they are romantic. They are more romantic than to be a steel maker. So you may make friends with a girl faster. Talking about 18 million Kazakh people, you may have this idea of 18 million creative people and make creative potential abundant in Kazakhstan. But that requires good starting conditions. Well,
Even if it's not a diploma, you have to pay attention to it because unfortunately in Kazakhstan there is still no world-class design school or art management school or cinema school, and I really want for someday to have that school because it'll be a great catalyst. It will be a part of the infrastructure. May I add something? It is important to pay attention to. It is clear that we're talking about creative specialties, but without support or creators, or the regular staff cannot be supported, and creation of regular staff should also be prioritized. Today, the level of specialists, stage managers, or event managers, or the staff members, it is quite low, and we have to improve it, of course. We will commence the Q&A session. I'd like to get a short blitz round for every member. Let us start with you again. I think I've said everything I wanted. Ms. Irina? I had a speech on the topic of what should be done so that your project of TV series or cinema could be bought by online platforms, but we only have 12 minutes left. No, I haven't said anything yet about it. Just briefly. The audience, are you interested in that? Then you can approach her later. If you're interested, just raise your hand. Okay. Then I'll just briefly try to answer this question. We have a huge experience in selling the projects to majors, and there is a certain amount of criteria. It's the idea. Your ideas have to be must prioritize marketing. If after one sentence of describing the project the audience is hooked, then you have an idea that you can sell to the whole world. Because in the world there is a shortage of high concepts and good ideas. Second story. Right now there is a huge tendency to the global and local. It's the new word in online cinema. Online cinemas, Netflix and Amazon, they are expanding their outreach. They are interested in obtaining of Central Asia, and they hook it with local projects that are dedicated to global topics. You have to have a topic that is very synergetic with your area, but the one that hooks your audience. The Container project was about this surrogate mothers. It's a discussion about global discussion. When Apple TV heard that about the surrogate motherhood and how it was shot on international level, we were awarded throughout the world. Ms. Ksusha Sirida, it is no secret why she's shooting The Last of Us from HBO. We do have the international quality. Thirdly, there's a tendency for genres. 3 years ago, we had sci-fi, and Netflix bought sci-fi projects. 1 year ago, it was young adult content. Everyone loved two-stage story, sex education, Stranger Things, all of these projects in this area. You have to catch the trend, and you have to understand what's in fashion for the streaming platforms and the quality of the content. Of course, all of the stories have to be character-driven. It's a new trend. The plot is not that important, but it is important. But the characters are more important. The White Lotus TV series are is very popular, and this project just blew up throughout the world. It's just a couple of trends. I do not want to steal the time from other speakers. Thank you very much for your speech, Ms. Ekaterina. When we talk about a creative industry in Kazakhstan, we talk about who we are. And it's not about business. It's not about business approach and financing. It's the activity in Kazakhstan. And especially when it involves government, it's about the supporting of local culture, about our voices, our concerns, and our creativity. And this element, I ask everyone who will make a decision, just focus on that. It's not just about business, it's about culture. It's about us. I listened to the questions that you asked the speakers. I'd like to summarize everything. You asked about why we only have just one Dimash or Imanbek. First of all, they're not ours already. What Katerina talked about, our talents are being mined. And Irina, I'd like to tell you that Netflix might come here and to mine our ideas, but they will be not our TV series, not our projects. Therefore, selling creativity, we've done it, we've made it. Yes, we can produce 10 Dimash or 10 Imanbegs. We can be proud, but it's not going to bring our economy any of the effects. Yes, of course, it is cool to strive towards Netflix and other platforms, but what is important for us is to create digital infrastructure so that we will be able to shoot movies with our own funds. What Katerina talked about, we create idea, go to European funds that are already producers of our ideas, and it starts becoming our project. I think it's just very important to start with infrastructure. When the infrastructure starts to work, then the whole creative industry will start working. It's the same as selling crude oil and oil products with value, with added value. Creative products of Kazakhstan must be sold with added value. What is also important, it is a part of ourselves. If we will be giving everything away in crude manner, then we will not have anything. So we will have to deeply process everything. Irina will get into discussion then, but I'd like to answer right now. I'm not suggesting to make Kazakhstan projects for Netflix. I suggest to make Kazakhstan projects for Kazakhstan, first of all, the way Start does it. Undoubtedly, we produce local projects for local audience, and after that, we sell it and monetize it through international platforms. We make projects for ourselves, but by selling it, we expand our outreach, we monetize them. There's no controversy. It's those are all complementary. By monetizing those projects, we will have the opportunity to create 10 more projects for local market. This is not a controversy. It's a story about how our local values, the values that are important to us, can be heard by the whole world, and the whole world will hear what is important in Kazakhstan. So there is no controversy. It's very important for me for you to understand that. So let's hope that everything turns out how you wish it to be. He also said that he's stuck at the level of Igor Krutoy. If Dimash worked and sang with Beyonce or Justin Bieber, this would be a very different Dimash. So this is the specific example. Even though we're proud of Dimash, but with that voice, those talents are only here 1 in a million years. So this is an example about added value. Did not reach its maximum capacity. I do agree with Aizat with the fact that it is better to have our own platform or digital platform, but not Start, but let's call it Bastao in Kazakh, where we'll play our movies. But it all has to be subsidized. It's not going to survive for the first time by creating new content and monetizing it. As I've said before, then we'll start. Katerina, Aizat, they talked about creativity and content, but as Da Vinci, the best use is advance payment. Just some statistics. In 2021, Kazakh film received 5,400,000 tenge in order to create 6 films out of the one. And I only know Ulu Dalatаны, our dear Dr. Akın, Mergen, Tautaylak. Those are all very great pictures. And the Ministry of Culture has allocated 8 billion tenge. KCM also has $20 million, and there is a fund for 10 million tenge. Money is there, so what do we spend it on? Those from creative industry, do they get the money? In 2019, in Kazakhstan, in official statistics, the number of movies is 480. In 2020, it's 280. I do not know what are those movies are and where they are, but it's the issue of optimization of revenue. There are some money, but so we have to unite it under one hub. I'd like to remind you the speech of Ayjan Bayrambayev when he talked about Kazakh film. By listening to it and looking at Kazakh film reports, they only have 2 pavilions that are crumbling. Do we need such Kazakh film? Are we ready to annually allocate 5 billion for its support and those 200 films that are not ending up on Start or Darun? It's an issue of management. We have everything. So let's compile it to manage it, and with the right management allocate it to music, to the platforms, to documentaries. We don't need to go and ask the government to collect the money. It is there. There is no reporting towards population. So therefore, through right process, we can allocate it rightfully. So it could be an investment and not just spending. If there was a huge distance between government and creative industry, then we have a government efficient. So let's talk, let's collect it, then let's fight through it, not just gather. And this is the 5th time in creative industry and nothing was done yet. I just would like to declare, I think it's my last forum, then I will only come back when we will deal with real music with the administration of president, when we'll have Astana Hub progress. Then I'll want to come back and talk about progress. But right now I have I do not have any desire to talk about only ideas. And Bedik, please. Well, first of all, I would like to point out that the city is wants to transform our economy, because as you all know, the majority of city economy is formed by trade and services, and now we want to go to the moments and increase the competency of all the sectors. I heard everything. Everything was very productive. Our main task as Akimat of city of Almaty is not to mess with entrepreneurs, and is to create soft and hard infrastructure for the development of creative industries. In my first statement, I said in the city development program to 2025, development of creative industries is one of the key directions towards which the city will strive towards to 2025. The program is public. As I've said, it includes the Creative Industry Center launch. We'll make a creative cluster. We're very actively preparing it and developing it in the city. We're planning to create 2 creative clusters by 2025, to build 2 to 3 video and audio recording studios. You are aware that we've allocated 5 directions, one of which is cinema. And in general, by to 2025, we'll have 42 billion, more than 50% of which are private investments, and the rest, which is 20, the city annually will be financing everything. It is all in the stage of development and approval. In venture fund, we are planning to launch it by June or July. You may be aware that recently on the platform of our entrepreneurship chamber Atamiken, within the framework of which where we discuss it, Akimat as of today is open. We are ready to listen and hear what is necessary for the development of creative industry. But first of all, we understand that it's business, and we have no intentions to interfere with business, because you are the head of the entrepreneurship department and we are the entrepreneurs. Right now we have time for 3 questions from the audience. Please come here Good day. Good day. I have one question. There are 7 speakers who were talked about. 5 of them are Kazakhs, and there are 90% of the audience are Kazakh, and this panel discussion is in Russian. Can you please answer me? What country you're in? Why are you not speaking Kazakh? Yes, you are correct. I am Kazakh. And you started speaking Kazakh, and this question really concerns me. We speak about how we're gonna bring our country to a top. This forum, what assistance is there from this forum? I'm a Kazakh-speaking person. 50% of. Do you have any questions that pertain to the industry? No, there are no questions. Yes, next time we'll be speaking in Kazakh. It's very good, thank you. Then excuse us. Please introduce yourself. My name is Aliya Askariyeva. I'm in charge of development of educational programs, but not in Kazakhstan. So my question pertains to staff training. You mentioned in your speech that we have a huge problems with staff, and as of today, unfortunately, we have no program that in regards to the contemporary art. I don't know what the situation is with cinema or music, but with contemporary art, there's a huge problem. So the question is, it's in regards to digital art. There are no digital artists from the speakers. Yes, I don't understand you. For example, but Bedic have not finished. There are 5 directions. One of them is there are 20 industries, and we cannot include every single one. But your question is it planned? Is there a solution to solve the problem in education at the governmental level? I can give the floor to the speaker, but I think you can suggest and propose it with us. Perhaps Akimat has some comments.
Thank you for this question. I'd like to answer the first question. Yes, of course, we could have spoken in Kazakh, but we decided to answer in Russian. But we're always ready to talk in Kazakh. In education, we have an area, and as we have this, we'd like to establish some educational programs that we have determined in our development program. So we have additional proposals, what we can improve. While it's been all formed, we are ready. So please give your business card. And the last question for this panel discussion. Hello everyone. I am Anwar. I am the director of the Actors School. Do you have a need for actors, or do you have a base that you always attract actors from your own base? So if there is a need, I'd like to offer cooperation, and also for the theaters, for cinemas, for advertising, for short and full-scale movies. So how can we cooperate with you? I wanted to ask you, are you ready to be nuns? I think the answer is quick. There are castings, casting managers. There are a lot of us, so we work together with them. We select the actors with them. So please approach them. We can send you 5 casting directors, and you can approach them. There is Yerkebulan, there is a producer, he has all the numbers, he can give them to you. I can come to you and talk to you later. So please talk to everyone and you will succeed. We are out of time now, so I congratulate everyone and I thank everyone. Thank you so much. Next time we will speak in Kazakh.
Панельная сессия на тему «Креативная индустрия» завершена. Надеемся, что цифровизация даст еще больше возможностей для осуществления креативных идей. Дамы и господа, панельная сессия на тему ESG «Как достигать ЦУР через цифровые решения» начнется через несколько минут. Просим вас занять свои места и не забыть поставить свои смартфоны на беззвучный режим.
I wanna see you tonight. So
участники форума, мы начинаем нашу следующую панельную сессию на тему ESG «Как достигать СУР через цифровые решения». Новое понятие ESG подразумевает собой экологическое, социальное и корпоративное управление, которое относится к центральным факторам оценивания устойчивости воздействия инвестиций в бизнес. Эти критерии помогают оценить будущие финансовые показатели компаний. Сессию будет вести Асем Нургалиева.
You stay on my mind, think about you all the time. Got to get to know you well. If you kiss, then I will tell. You stay on my mind, think about you all the time.
Раз, меня слышно?
Hello everyone. We're going to start our panel session. Before we start it, I'd like to explain that it's not the SDG, but Sustainable Development Goals. And ESG, I believe that not everyone understands this, so we'll start with that. So there are free seats, please come in front, because the ones who sit here, they have a better opportunity to hear. So we start our panel session on how to reach sustainable development through digital solutions. I am Asir Nurgaliyeva, CEO of Kaspos Digital, and I'm advisor to the Ministry of Digital Development. So today we have a very beautiful women's panel session, and you will now learn why. I invite our speakers to join me. Yakubayeva Yulia Konstantinovna, partner of JPI, co-founder of the National ESG Club, the member of Atamiken. Ayjan Hamidova, the head of ESGQ rating agency. Anna Maximova, online Kaz Finance with brand Solo. Riga Shagieva, Director for Digital Transformation, KSL. Svetlana Makhmutova, Data Governance Manager of Philip Morris, Kazakhstan. So in the very beginning, let's make some warm-up. Not everybody knows what is SDGs, and that was mentioned by Zhana Gulizimova in the Instagram. She wrote in the comment that please explain what is SDG and what is the Sustainable Development Goals. And I believe that Zhana Gula, as a well-known business coach and partner, consultant of PwC, knows well what it's all about. So let's make a questionnaire. What is SDG and what is ESG? Who knows this well? Except for speakers. Who knows about this more or less? Who wanted to come and listen about all of this? So it's like 15%. And who doesn't know about SDG at all and ESG? Some 15% and 30% they don't know. So you're facing this every day, but I will explain you not only ESG, but also that this is a very fashionable trend. It is made fashionable in order to turn attention of the business that it's not only about money. Now I understand that there are some things that more important today that are intangible, and we're not talking about only improving the world but also about digital solutions, because we represent NGO Techno Women Kazakhstan and there are the general members of our association, so we're quite balanced at our panel session. We have two ESG methodologists, Yulia and Ayjan, and we have three different sectors, and we're going to listen to practical cases. How do you reach SDGs and ESG agenda in telecom, in tobacco, and in fintech? So let us start. First, we'll determine the terminology. What is SDG, Sustainable Development Goals? So, Yulia, it's time for your presentation. I've seen that the previous moderator was here, and it was good to stand here, so please look at me here. But you shouldn't stand there because otherwise you are closing the camera. There are a lot of businesses in the process of digital transformation, so that's why we're gathered here today. So the process of digital transformation was disrupted by ESG, and now the companies, they don't understand whether they should continue digital transformation or not, whether they should do ESG transformation or combine it. So in order to understand the situation, I suggest to look at global trends, start with the World Economic Forum. So this has, we have some infographics from 2012 that the Global Economic Forum talks about global risks. The last two forums, it's only social agenda in red and green, and there is some geopolitics, but not economic or technological risks. And the economists, global economists, they are highlighting economic agenda through red. So the first global risk is increasing the cost of life, cost of living. So it's not economic but social risk. Why? Because it's how the companies and the economy are impacting society. And this is the key role of ESG. So now the European countries, they are not like us. We are just saying that we are at the stage of understanding SDGs, but they have specific goals to reach the goal of sustainable development by 2030. The large business should correspond to SDGs right now, and small business is going to do that from 2027. Colleagues will not be standing aside because we're going to align with developed countries. So what is being confirmed by global researchers? There is a global organization under UN which is called Global Compact, which unites more than 128 countries, and the global consulting giant made research on SDGs, talking to 3,000 CEOs almost from 130 countries and 18 industries, and they have recognized that the SDGs became the foundation of their business and their role. So how do they solve their issues corresponding to these issues? They are launching new products and services for sustainable development. They are scaling up the gathering data on sustainable development. And the second trend, which is global, is hyper-automation. It's about digital transformation, and another giant, Gartner, which forms all the trends in IT, they're saying that without digitization, without accelerated transformation of your processes, your companies which are not in the digital transformation may be left behind, and the competitors will be faster, talking about global market of transformation. And this year, within the trends, the 10th point is sustainable technology. So the technologies that are around ESG trend. So if you are making digital transformation but would like to make ESG transformation, you should implement these technologies. The green supply chain, promote digital data monitors, work towards the digital twin, make the management systems for the personnel and interacting with regional communities to simplify cross sales and interaction with partners. That means ESG, and you are working in the right direction. This is an English slide, a new term. It's called resilience. So resilience is a new terminology in ESG. It's called to understand that the company should be resilient towards its risks and make right contribution in the development of the society, of the nature. There are recommendations. You need to study them, what you need to do in order that your business models would be resilient. Trying to summarize to hear some questions. If you're making digital transformation, it should look like there should be a pyramid. All your initiatives for the personal management, for social development of regions, development, some environmental initiatives and corporate governance, they should be based on policies, regulations, internal documents. They all should be agreed with their members of the authorized bodies, with your board, with your management board. And then we will have the foundation. It will be sustainable. And as to digital transformation, you are going to downscale KPIs, and within digital monitoring, you are going to correspond with that. If this pyramid is sustainable, you reach good results, and you can get the ESG rating and require some cheaper funding. If not, and you are just claiming and making some declarations, it's called greenwashing, and for that you could be punished. That's it. If there are any questions, and I believe that there are more questions, there is a QR code. Please scan it, and we will go into reply to you. Now you understand all about ESG and SDGs. Is it still unclear? We'll have an exam like in the school, because I'm a teacher of German language, so I can do an exam for you. So the task of our panel session is to say that you are doing this in essence, and you are moving towards this, whether you're working in a big corporation or in SME. The large corporations are working to that purpose faster than SME or startups, but ESG agenda is now very good. And one of the key points is having good terminology as gender balance, and this wonderful panel session would like to demonstrate that ESG, one of the components of ESG are beautiful ladies. So let's move on. We're now going to have a small session of practical cases of what is done in companies in order to reach sustainable development goals. But we have also added some techno approach through digital solutions. So I'd like to give the floor to you, Lilia. What do you do in your company in order to reach sustainable development goals? You as the transformation director of KCell, what are the practical cases you have implemented? And I believe that for you it now will be more clear. In telecom business, the main processes is building base stations and expanding the network. When the technical direction is building this base station, they need to provide for monitoring. And if 10 years ago within this monitoring systems, the employees would go into the fields looking at the base stations and recording this in their journals. Now everything is digitized, and while building a base station, you know where will be some incidents and where there is a higher load for the subscribers, and there is predicted forecasting on load. So ESG, there are less fuel costs, and there is less load on telecom stations. So as to environment, Annually, they upgrade AC systems, they upgrade the park of their technologies so that they would spend less energy. If we talk about social, in KCL we have a cool project, it's called 250 Plus. So the company should provide 3G, 4G for any settlement of 250 people plus. So through this, the organization is actively impacting ESG rating. If you look inside of the organization, how we package this, we have 100% digital processes in our doc flow. So we have decreased paper use by 30% and the cost for fuel, cost for transportation, so the people became happier. So we are implementing robotization from this year. So if you've done some operations manually by sending documents, you're not doing this, you come to the team and you're saying that I need a certain robot, talking about internal happiness. And if we are to understand social as a terminology, it's additional work with internal personnel. We are also promoting fair pay between the genders. I'm not going to say that this is full inclusivity, but we are treating equally both men and women. And this year, this indicator was over-fulfilled. Now any telecom operator is making active audit, refusing from old platforms, old systems. And this year, KCell has launched new billing platform in record time, and that is positively impacting our subscribers. There is a 5G stand, please try, and there is crazy speed. So if we are to understand how this triangle is ended within the environment, the companies are improving energy efficiency by decreasing costs for energy, for fuel, for old AC systems. These are basic things. Within social, the telecoms should provide, at least for the government, good communications in small settlements. And because if you don't have connection, you don't need your smartphones, and this is basic requirement of our age. As to governance, it's more simple. It's a good corporate culture, good corporate hierarchy. There are documents, transparent reports, because KCL is listed and it can be seen everywhere. So quarterly and annually we make our public reports. So if we are to deviate from the band and look at the telecom, usually good telecom companies, they are focused on 10 elements from ESG rating from 17, because we cannot cover all 17. So from this year, KCell and other companies are under ESG rating, and for the half a year or year you can see that assessment publicly. So to make it simple, it's expanding the influence and increasing quality of mobile network by improving products and services, and it's clear financial instruments. Thank you so much, Lilia.
Everything has to be positively reflected in our balance, because we're always concerned about how these modern tendencies, they lead to price increase in tariffs. We hope that this internal happiness would be backed up by the good KCL tariffs. The issue is, if we talk about the project 250 plus, and the tariff plans there are not adapted to some regions, but there are some. If we talk about rapid delivery of communication like 5G or any other modern techs, then tariffs obviously might be bigger. Then it's the issue of segmentation. For example, my parents are fine with just small tariff, just but that's what we think. I mean, there are some researches, but nonetheless, our parents might even have some requirements that are very big, especially those who have TikTok accounts. Thank you very much. We touched upon electronic document. Who has electronic document flow in their company? Please raise your hands. Whoever did not raise their hand, she is the deputy director of Documentolog. You can approach her, and she will tell you about what the electronic document flow is, because it is the part of the ESG concept. And in fact, everything that you do in your company, you will have some thoughts about everything that I do is just very cool and social. So we've went through telecom, but we do have additional industry, which is fintech. Miss Anna Maximova from Solva brand, microfinancing. So Anna, please tell us about what you do in order to make the world a better place. Do you give out money, lower the rates? Good day, everyone. First of all, allow me to briefly go over what our company Solva does. They provide non-banking finances and our non-loan financing, and our mission is to go to every entrepreneur and get finance from them, because our main clients are SME, and we have 50,000 clients. When we talk about what we do, is we provide financing to any Kazakhstan citizens in any point in a country, and regardless of gender orientation, political affiliation, or religion. Any our resident entrepreneur can get a financing, and they will be assessed in digital format automatically, because they'll be provided financing in accordance with their score. So our mission is to stimulate SME to grow, and as soon as we do this push, then in any case we approach something. We'll approach something that Asil is talking about. Everything has a multiplicative effect, and in section of SDGs, we've focused on three main areas, which is economic growth, gender equality, and qualitative education. If we begin with the economic growth, the most important, it is vital to point out the following. As soon as entrepreneur gets the funds, they invest it in business, and they improve their revenue. After analytical calculation, in every million invested into entrepreneur activity, then it brought 5.5 million of revenues to Solva. And next is expansion of job places, and by expanding the job places, we help to improve the social situation in the country, and improve the interaction between suppliers, between customers, and all of these solutions are clear. But entrepreneurs, most of the time, they find it difficult in order to get the money. And what difficulties there are? What do we hear from our clients? They demand loan payment. They require a large amount of documentation, long term for consideration, approval, adoption, a legal solution by the end of it, so that someone would be issued, or most of the time would not be issued, some document. Our main goal is to make this process transparent. We collect information from 160 open sources and automatically assess the potential of the entrepreneur. We give out the solution instantly, and getting the finances takes only a few minutes. There are some advantages to our services from digital financing standpoint. And would also like to say that today we've received the award of FinTech of the Year. we congratulate you on that. So, this is in regards to the first direction, in, which our company is focused on. Second is gender equality. I think it's just the next logical step that we've came to naturally. Our company, out of all the entrepreneurs, 70% of them are women. That's just how it turned out to be. But we understand why it is, because women are more responsibly approach their business. They're more pay more attention to detail. They're more responsible in terms of credit history. Men, just please do not go away. We are preparing some products for you as well. Strive towards to good quality, to the credit history that is of good quality. Women also have some difficulties. We say that we have some difficulties directly from our clients, and in 2022 we've made a decision to organize a platform, which is the women cases, where we have women that can share their experience, their job. They inform us about the problems that they had in business in a very informative way, or even their colleagues so that colleagues from different industries can avoid them. This is the most beautiful, most perfect opportunity where people exchange their own experience. And our third goal is the quality education. Quality education, in particular, because of the fact that we're a fintech company and engaged in microfinancing, we strive towards education in financial awareness. And 7,000 Kazakhstan citizens graduated from our program, both online and offline. We provide education on various levels, and this also helps everyone to find something that they want. And in conclusion, I'd like to speak about what we do right now for the Solva clients. In their personal accounts, our team works for a certain platform, budgeting platform. It's a service that will assist you to digitalize the business and help you make sure if everything is going right, if the cash flow is right, and what effect it will result in. All of this and beyond, and all of this in order for the level of happiness of our customers would increase. It is indeed, if you have some money and some connections, then we are happy. As soon as we have no connections or money, then everything becomes much sadder. May I remind you, colleagues, we will have Q&A session for the audience. Please prepare your questions so we could ask the speakers. So let us go into Philip Morris and Sveta Mahmutova. What do you do in order to reach SDGs? We, as international company, we're engaged in development from SDG standpoint for a long time already. And our company strategy of sustainable development is integrated in business strategy. And we would like to say that this is not something that is far away from what we do every day. It is it is the principles of sustainable development, something that we base our activity on a daily basis. Whenever we do some external activities, there's a short story. Back in 2019, our company, in order to determine SDGs, in order to understand and structurize those priorities, you see that SDGs, there are quite a lot of them, but the company has to prioritize some areas and work in those. So I'd like to say that in 2019, Philip Morris convened a survey which was attended by the government sector, non-governmental organizations, and private sector. And based on the survey, we've managed to secure some the social responsibilities of the company. It's the environment protection, human rights protection, and charity. And based on these directions, our company have determined and developed SDGs that were designated by the UN. But I'm not going to go into details because there was a lot of information in that sense. I'd like to talk about specific cases that our company is implementing for a long time already. We have a project of Stop Waste. You probably have heard about it. It's a project in cooperation with the Association of Environmentalists of Kazakhstan, and it's functional in nature. On one side, the project urges not to waste, and on the other side, this project urges to fight to fight against it. We do have digital instruments for that. On a separate note, from waste management case, 90% as of today of waste from our factories go into processing. We have contracts that are active with the educational facility that, in Almaty that is based on the plastic waste. They produce buttons, hangers, tactile tiles, and there are some companies that are engaged in processing, and our documentation that is due to waste because of even though we do have electronic document flow, this documentation is due to waste, but we send it to the certain company which they use in order to process it into toilet paper. There are some cases like that, but we do have some programs and projects. There are quite a lot of them, and there's additional program that we are implementing since 2010. It is directed at the support of rural area residents. It's called Farmers of Chilik. As of today, farmers of this area have the opportunity, and they use this opportunity where they conduct their business and grow their vegetables based on technology that was proposed there. And in 2018, it was nominated as the best social economic project in London. I can list those projects on and on, but what I want to say is that our company sets very high standards, and we try to interact with producers, with suppliers that also support high standard that are based on sustainable development goals. Thank you. Thank you. Svetlana is a manager on corporate data. So the question is, where are the digital solutions? But the digital solutions, which is a very fashionable word, data-driven solutions. Every solution has to be made based on data, on analytics, and this is what Svetlana does. I'd like to speak about ratings now. Lilia has already mentioned this. Large corporations already operate in this area, and in general, why ESG ratings are necessary? What do we need to do in order to be rated, and what does it give you? Most importantly, I'd like to listen to Ayjan Hamitova to understand that. Good evening. It is very difficult to speak in that acoustics, but I hope that you will listen to us, you understand what we're saying. We've been preparing for a long time. I'd like to thank ASEM and organizers for including the ESG in the program of the forum. Wherever the digitalization and ESG, everything is unclear. But I'd like to collect everything up. Before that, we had creative industry speakers, and I lost all my train of thought. And when we were asked who knows what ESG, then I thought maybe we should start with something different. Can I ask someone who knows about ESG ratings? Yes, thank you. allow me just to tell you the end of this whole chain of what we're talking about. Why me? Aizant Hamitova. I'm going to be talking about this topic. I present the company, the first ever in Kazakhstan, the rating agency ESGQ. We've came up with ESG, and Q is quality or quantity or even Kazakhstan. And the company has gathered some people who are motivated to achieve the ESG. I came from the oil and gas industry, from the energy sector, and at some point when you're doing the projects of social responsibility, then you understand that it clicks with you. We gathered similar people with similar mindset. So ESGs, we've been over this for again and again, so not to be scared. As Sam said, this is something that we already do. We're engaged in it. This is in the mission statements of every company. So ESGs are about money, about people, about us. Something that concerns all of us. Large international companies, they are leaders in that sense. So that they annually gather to speak about the socially important projects that they've made, and about what banks have been doing, about how been digitalizing things, and how do we assess, how do we understand in this matrix where is your business, what is sustainable. So what does it mean? We support sustainable development. We have to have some unified methodology in order to compare these companies. Right now, by some forecasts, there are from 500 to 1,000 of companies that can assess your business. They can assess it, and you won't even know it. And you can imagine you're sitting there not doing anything, and then you're in a rating based on the information available about the company. Then they get published in a rating from financial sector. What's happening is that, I'll simplify it. There is agriculture company that collects the information that you have on your website. It's all published. It's all available. So girls, women that present this company, they digitalize those things. I have no idea how, and you cannot imagine how important it is to have this information digitally. It is no surprise that ESG and SDG are here together. There are some companies that call for this ESG rating, and they are approached by either investor or a shareholder, and they want to know how sustainable your business is. So this sustainable development, I would like to iterate it, what it is in our mission, in our missions and mission statement. It was said that it is to. Our mission is to increase the revenue, add value. But what is the person? Where are we here? It's a society.
So we started to talk about stakeholder capitalism. The capitalism which is targeted at the person, at your partners, at your suppliers, at the employees. And so now the shareholders are very passionate about this. If they used to read the reports, the cash flows, the profit, now we need to understand where is the added value, what kind of benefit we bring to the people, how environmentally friendly we are. So there is non-financial statements in addition to what we do by earning money. So just imagine how we could be different in our ratings of PwC, taking rating from 4 leading companies. The ratings were done based on the data of 20 businesses, and just look how different they are. So there is no green standard, and we are moving towards this. So there are a lot of questions about this. But the importance of your information to be open, transparent, and clear. I've taken this from Cursive. PwC has done rating on 50 companies, and those that do digital, look at the last line. We are doing automated data collection for ESG reporting, 0. So in digits we are quite advanced as to digitalization, but the company are collecting this data manually. So mixed automation is 50% only. Do you have ESG strategy? Do you have SDGs? And what do you think about people? How does your board works? What about environmental agenda? On the right slide, there are 34 companies, and 34% they haven't developed this strategy, and only 19% have this strategy. 25% are it's difficult for them to answer. So this is the question to all the HR. What is this about this business? How environmentally friendly we are? And the next slide, the half of KPI. Are there any indicators for the company? Are we assessing this or not? It's again 25% who are difficult to answer. So the personnel may not even know that you are a sustainable and successful company. Talking about trust, I wanted to raise this issue because our target audience are digital professionals. So what kind of solutions are there? It's blockchain. There is a bright future for that, reportedly. If 19% they're filling manually their reports, if it's like this or like that tomorrow, who is going to believe that business, and who is going to invest in you? Blockchain that allows your stakeholders and your investors around the business and around green cubes, they're all stakeholders that are interested in this information. They're going to see all the changes in progress, because for the shareholders it's important not only what happens now, but also what happened yesterday and where we're going to tomorrow. So the AI and machine learning, the companies are working to make a forecast. What's going to happen tomorrow if you are working in this space with such KPIs? We have 7 minutes left. We should have some Q&A. So I wanted you to answer the question: why do we need rating? What does it give to the company? What does rating gives to the company? First of all, it's investment attractiveness. It's your loyalty of your customers. You're motivated and loyal partners, your employees, because we have a lot of problems with the employees. What kind of HR policies we have, and there is a demand of young people to have environmental business, because they're not going to work in toxic business. So the millennium goals are here, SDGs are here, and ESG is here. So every day we are making a difference in order to be sustainable, environmental, and attractive for all your stakeholders. And so rating is required in order to calibrate yourself, to understand where you are, where our partners are, and where are our competitors. That's it briefly. But for the startuppers, those that do startups and venture funds, they also have ESG agenda. So if your startup corresponds certain criteria, like ESG rating, you may claim certain funds. There are green funds, and there are different programs. You can Google them. So we have a little time left, and I've seen that we had here a partner, KPMG, Gabit Musrepov. So probably you are here, and Gabit Moskepov is also in doing ESG in KPMG. I wanted you to add a couple of words or ask a question to our experts. Asiam, thank you. Colleagues, hello. It's quite interesting session and I believe that everybody likes it. I wanted to ask a question. Right now, ESG topic, SDGs, and all these issues is something new for many, as to understanding and as to how to use it. So I wanted to ask a question for the companies that are just starting to work with this three-letter acronym, how to assess and to persuade the management, the public, the decision makers that this is actually required. What to do when you are presented with this acronym? Well, this may happen in three cases: when a regulator or investor or a consumer is concerned with this. The company itself doesn't start its transformation unless it's in a desperate competition, starting to look for new niches in being in a crisis or being pressurized by a third party. So let me explain what Aijan said, why we need rating. So if you are a member of a exchange, you need to make a report on sustainable development. And if you need that report, you're going to read and collect some information internally. If you want to be listed at the London Exchange, you need to make non-financial statements for several years. You're going to hire a consultant and you're going to do a lot of iterations and in order to approach this. If you're working with a consumer and a consumer, your competitors are ahead of you and you want to find the niche, you are going to look of what to do in this case. If nothing is in the way, you may live like you are, and that's it. As to the social issues, one thing when the company is launching on the exchange, it's one thing. So we are hiring people and we want them to work more. The statistics shows there are different questionnaires that money is a certain environmental factor, so you need to invest in the employees, in their development, and it's digitization, datafication nowadays. So if we are to look at the narrow sense, this is we need to attract, we need to retain our employees. Please raise your hands, those that believe that money is not first. You were all registered by your employers. There is a question from the audience. Let me give you the mic. Evgenia Dosanova, CAS Cloud. The question is about digitization, talking about regulatory issues, that Philip Morris has digitization but not 100%, that digitization in Kazakhstan, it's impossible to do 100% because HR documents have to be stored on paper for some 30 years. So what to do with that if the company cannot be fully digitized? How the government can start promoting ESG principles? The question is to, I believe, to everyone, and first of all to Yulia. This is right. I see that Cosmonagas wants to ask a question because we are talking from top to bottom. It's a right answer, a right question. For the stakeholders in sustainable development to get together and to have a platform to interact with the government, we have established National ESG Club which has been joined by all the major companies that are promoting this agenda and implementing real cases. So we are downscaling a pool of projects from Kazakhstan. So my committee works with the SMEs, with the digital, with the government, with urbanistics. So we are involving smaller sections. So we are establishing platforms with the government. The issues that you are raising, let us promote through our platforms. And then we'll tell you what happened. I'm Mirul Yusuf, the Vehicles Association of Kazakhstan, gas vehicles, gas engine vehicles. There is no common standard, and many companies that are perceiving these ratings differently. How the international organizations and Kazakhstani organizations can compete in this market, and how much money it costs, if it does cost money, and how to reach ESG agenda awareness, because if nobody is selecting, they are not thinking about this. The ratings, if we talk about international ratings, they are more about SME, about medium and large business, because if you need to get rating, you need to get the transparency inside of your processes. But unfortunately, not all our companies, they have strategies talking about the last segment. So in order for you to get rating, you need to have non-financial reporting for 2 years. For that, as it was already mentioned, you need to make a review of your target audience. You need to understand the topics that are important, and inside of them you structure based on the standards of non-financial reporting, your internal documents, your initiatives. You are showing what you do, what you don't do, and then you have goals for the next year. Then you monitor it, you are showing the dynamics, and then you are coming to a rating agency and saying that I'm ready, please fill my questionnaire. But what we do is only done for the London Stock Exchange, and the rest is filled manually with consultants. So as for smaller business, you need to integrate in the green chains of a larger business. They don't have access to both finance and financing. In order to get the rating, there should be, first of all, sustainable development goals with KPI and goals. So there is a lot of information. ESG includes environmental, pollution, waste management, board, motivation, personnel. And in order to determine the main goals and understand where we're moving to, first of all, we need to have a strategy. The company should have a written strategy. I've shown you a slide from the open sources that there is no strategy. It's good. Think of your question. Talking about document storage, I'd like to say that we are always saying that we need to digitize our archive. Asil Marchenko, she is a techno-activist, and she was concerned why Ministry of Culture is doing digitization of the archive and when it's going to happen, because it always remains in the plans and it slows down digitization quite strongly. I hope that we have made some good conclusions on ESG, on SDGs, and that all companies now, especially after COVID, they're not just trying to maximize the profit. As you can see in the many countries, there is a sustainable development which is better than just getting incremental and income. And I believe that everyone should improve the world and make it a better place to be happy. So I'd like to thank all the speakers. Just let's make one photo and we'll break away.
Esa boca linda. Esa boca linda.
I don't like it. I love it, love it, love it. Uh-oh. So good it hurts. I don't want it. I gotta have it. Uh-oh. When I can't find the words, I just go. I don't like it. No, I love it. I don't like it. No, I love it. 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 I don't like it. No, I love it. I don't like it. No, I love it. Out, turn the beat up. Hey, now I'm glad to meet ya. Turn up, girl, blow the speaker. Yeah, think about it now, blow the speaker.
Дорогие участники форума, следующая панельная сессия на тему тренды корпоративных инноваций, опыт и кейсы начнется через несколько минут. Просим вас занять свои места и поставить свои смартфоны на беззвучный режим.
Love it, uh-oh. So good it hurts, I don't want it. I gotta have it, uh-oh. When I can't find the words, I just go. I don't like it, no, I love it. All night, let me move ya. Dance to be turned down for who, girl? Another round to help us step the moves up. Yeah, for that round, need a measuring ruler. Celebrate life and I'll pay for it. Like a Bali nice next to my tongue for it. Yeah, party all right, let's all aboard. Let's all aboard, all aboard. I don't like it, I love it. And them other girls, they can't touch it. Competition, that's a whole nother subject. I wanna walk it out in public. You a star, baby, let's go. Let's go to the mansion on the condo. Let's go, perfect time, gotta let it go. You know I'm watching. I don't like it. I love it, love it, love it, uh-oh. So good it hurts, I don't want it. I gotta have it, uh-oh. When I can't find the words, I just go.
Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, участники форума, рады вас приветствовать на панельной сессии, посвященной трендам корпоративных инноваций. Эксперты утверждают, что без корпоративных инноваций невозможно построить стабильную, мощную и успешную организацию. О новых направлениях и секретных инструментах в развитии предприятий поговорим на предстоящей сессии. Модератор Марлен Сихаев.
Be the reason why I'm
Добрый день.
Good day, dear participants, guests of this forum. As we can see, Digital Almaty has gathered various ages. It's 4 o'clock on the second day. Nevertheless, there are a lot of interested persons. I'm glad to see that the room is full. Allow me to welcome our speakers of today's session. The session is entitled Trends of Corporate Innovations, Experience and Cases. Our first speaker is Yerlan Minavar, Deputy Chairman of the Management on Development Innovations of our Transtelecom. Next, we have Kimil Ayjanov, expert on corporate innovations, and represents venture fund Tumar VC. And Baojan Kamkin, General Director of the Autonomous Cluster Fund Tech Garden, and he is also Chief Organizer of this forum. Zhana Ramanjolovna, Independent expert, ex-vice president on IT and corporate development of the JSC, aka Altın Almaz. Corporate innovations nowadays is very relevant. Our speakers, we have experience in various fields. They have been representing technological companies in their career, and right now they are the heads of one of the largest companies in the country. And they started their career with innovations. Even if you look at their titles, they are engaged in this issue on an institutional basis on every day. My pool of questions is as follows, and I'd like to give the floor to every speaker, and after that you may speak on your cases. We'll have questions on what instruments are there on working with innovative companies are best. There are a lot of discussions that what is corporate innovation. When you take startup decisions, but it's most commonly used to say that this is the decision of technological teams, because not always that these decisions are startup nature, and not every production cycle can adopt startup decisions. What tasks are set by corporations when working with innovative corporations, and what directions and innovations are the most relevant for the corporation? So they will speak in turn as I have introduced to them. The first floor is now given to Yerlan Minavar. Yes, thank you very much, Marlene. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of this event. It's very cool that the turnout is this large, that a lot of people are interested on the digital development of our country and interested in IT topics. Yes, I'll tell you about how we see in Transtelecom the process of corporate innovations, and we would like to focus on the process. And allow me to explain. We look at innovations as a process that have some input data. There's something happening in the middle, and at the output we have some specific cases. First of all, for context, allow me to briefly go over Transtelecom and talk about me. Transtelecom is one of the largest operators of telecommunication services in the Republic of Kazakhstan. We have more than 4,000 people working for us all over the country. We have 2,000 kilometers of fiber optic. We have various centers of data processing. And what should be noted, we have a quasi-public past. And it is very important that our ideology that has developed in the company that we worked with for recent years, and we've achieved some results. I've worked with Transtelecom for 3 years. I've been in venture funds. I was on the side of startups. I've been attracting investments from venture investments. In the last 3 years, we tried to structure the process that works in symbiosis with large corporate and innovative companies, or technological teams. We stated right off the bat that we're not going to make some startups or say startups, because the majority of people have been in the industry for a long time. They think that startup is just a small team with small traction. But I've been working in a very mature, innovative systems, in ecosystems. It is something that is. It is the team that has some innovative product that they can offer to both market, to corporations, and that they can get a case and the result at the end that they can get. But talking about Transtelecom story, what did we do? First of all, we had some specific cases at the output already, but in order to get some result, you have to plan it. You have to plan the working for this result, and we started with that 3 years ago when we started to reconsider our business strategy on the basis. One of the basic pillars of our business strategy, we've determined it to be, we want to launch innovative products on the market, innovative services. And when we set our goal for that, it was clear that we firstly looked at the directions of activity that Transtelecom does. First of all, is telecommunication services, there's the cloud services, and the majority of IT directions which are based their story on integration process. So what does big corporation do when they want to launch something new on the market? They go to the vendor. So this is what we did. We have a legacy in vendors such as Cisco, Huawei, in cloud services, HP or Dell. We're tired of buying some hardware. I mean, we want to offer something new. And legacy vendors try to sell you hardware, and you start to mention that they all the same, and you something new. And they wanted to go to Europe, and they brought some startups from Europe, and they said that this is our innovative cloud solution. Then why do we need to work with the middleman when we can do out of that? And it resulted in managing and structuring our corporate innovation. First of all, we attracted a large international platform, Plug and Play. I've been working for Plug and Play for a long time, so I know the process. This is a platform originating from Silicon Valley, and it also included Fortune 500 and their innovative activities. So we structured the process where, first of all, we learned to, in order to get success, you gotta have some factors. First of all, it's support on the shareholder or board of directors level. You have to have support from top management. You have to have some kind of integration at the mid-management level, someone who actually implements the project, and of course you need money. And we've been working this out for a year. And on the CEO level, I've been going over this on the mid-level with the technical advisors. We've been working for a long time and try to explain them that the mature, innovative companies, they are not worse than the vendors. Vendors are, whenever they get something new, and they pack under their brand and sell it to large corporations. So we structured the process in a way so that when we directly with startups utilize straight instruments, so it helped us. And it allowed us. We formed some technical task. We showed it to the pool of potential startups. So when we determined those innovative teams that we want to work with, then that's when the creative story began. I briefly spoke about how vendors work and how legacy vendors work. They have some pluses and minuses for them. From advantages that the vendors used to work with are used to work with corporations, and I always say, in order to get some large project, you need to be integrated on multiple levels. And for a startup in Kazakhstan, I know that there are some mature, ready teams that can work with corporations. We just need, as they say in English, to get in the shoes of corporation, and for startup to do the same. Because of the fact I worked in a startup and for corporation, I was this facilitator. There is a range of prerequisites that we as corporations have. We have some checklist that we just have to go over in order to become the approved decision or approved solution. I recommend this to young startups, not to look at the stories about the bureaucracy. You just have to understand that we have a process and you have a process. And this collaboration, and most importantly patience, those are the key factors. Yes, you ran out of time, unfortunately. I wanted to go over specific cases, and in the span of 3 years, we're launching innovative cloud solution that is not present on the market of Kazakhstan. We're very closely working with Kazakhstan Temir, and there's a Klondike for innovative activity, because it's a large company that has a lot of issues and questions that need to be solved, and innovative team can solve these issues. And there are some teams present here already that have been implementing electronic telegraph, some electronic processes. The key message that I'd like to convey is not to be afraid of this process and to deal with it with understanding, and everything will be fine. Yerlan, thank you. You were right to mention that the Transtelecom is the company that is not afraid to work with technological teams, with startups. And Transtelecom is one of the first companies in Kazakhstan that when it was launched in 2018, Astana Hub, it was the first company that launched its office on corporate innovations and deployed a separate team of young specialists that started this journey of integration of startups into their business process. As a moderator, I did not mention the time limit. Each speaker has 7 minutes, so I'd like for every speaker to ask them to speak loudly. Well, it is the issue of acoustics. You have to speak louder so that everyone could hear us. So we're ready for loud. This is the similar hall to Yurmala. It's the feature. It's not an accident that it doesn't have any walls. So we're starting a comedy club over here. I wanted to mention, to bring this up for Borjan, the reason why this hall was chosen. Our next speaker is Kimil Ayjanov. I have known him for a long time. He's a specialist of of a large caliber. He was preparing solutions on a corporate level. So right now he is the advisor of the Tomorrow VC Venture Fund. So Kimel does have something to say based on his experience, how innovations are implemented and what consequences come from these innovations. He has something to say. So without further ado, Kimel Ajanov. It's like talking about a very good toast. But on a more serious note, I'd like to know, please raise your hands, those who present management of large corporations or one way or another. So it's just less than percent, so we've been betting over this. All you have to understand about the management of large corporations with external ecosystems is something that is very interesting. I've been thinking that no one does corporate innovations, but in the morning I thought that everyone does that. And at some point, it's been 5 years since the first case of a large corporation that created a venture department, which is the case with the BI Group, and this case is 5 years old now. There are instruments such as Smart Renovation, that is the company that was invested with a small amount of money, but now has billions of cash flow, and Connected Home, dynamic price forming, courtesy of me, BI Group. Everything changes in BI Group every 3 hours. But the reason is because of the teams. Such small projects such as dynamic price forming, it was done by 3 people in half a year. And they were from external partners. Whenever we mention, for example, Technodom, they are launching ERPA or the e-commerce product. Or Freedom, it's a large example of how Freedom, while attracting external talents, how they are also simultaneously creating this model. It's called Equi-Hire. Whenever you purchase a team, but you hire them into your corporation. And the case about digital mortgage, it's all due to external people that understand the problematic issue very well and understood how to solve it because of the resource and support from corporation. Thanks to their user base, they managed to produce something good. So first of all, you have to ask yourself, why are we doing this? In corporations, it's a process, as Yerlan has described, where there are 2 things. We want to do the innovations in order to solve our task, whether or not it's a production or a financial one, or we want to achieve new markets. And something that we advocate is the fact is that solving solutions and opening new markets can be done not only through your own efforts. There are trends of attracting outside teams, because on one side it doesn't apply to us because we don't have such large industries, but startups start to take a bite from the large corporations. Companies from Fortune 500, 52% of them in the span of 20 years, they either gone bankrupt or ceased to exist or got acquired. It means that the industry is rapidly changing and startups are getting the larger share of the market. So what do corporations do? They either have to compete with fast teams, they have to compete with either venture ecosystems. There's now more money than meaningful startups. There is such a problem. So corporations only have to manage this process. Corporations that has financial stability, they have user base, and they have enormous expertise in the industry they work with. That they don't have diversity, speed, and entrepreneurial culture. The idea is to combine these 2 worlds and to force them to coexist. And if you approach this in the right way, such as corporation approach every question, then we come back to what Irlan has been talking about. It's we have to do innovations as a process. And after BI Group case, we've been approached by corporations that wanted to work with startups, and they failed to work with every of them, even though they spent 2 to 3 months in negotiations. The key problems was that we were speaking different languages, and in 5 years that I see that demand is there, so I went into education and I teach corporations on how can innovations be included in the agenda of development, because we know how startups live. So we speak with corporations on not on language of startups, but on the language of corporations. How to include them into strategy of corporations, how to include the venture agenda into the corporate culture of the company, and how to include into corporate management. You don't see this work, but you have to create venture committees under board of directors, and as it is understood by the project management, we have to create a charter. A charter is a document that describes how we're going to work on innovations as a company. We create a team. And it led to the fact that I've been working work instructions for the venture company for a large company. Then it's a fascinating process that you can understand what goes where. We had to do this, picking teams manually. I'm sorry, it's time's up. We do have this track. So digital ecosystem is there, and a state shares all the IT channels with their communications. We're fast-tracked due to Astana Hub due to due to other venture angels. We've boosted ecosystem. We do have those tracks that you can place the team on, and they will follow the incubation, acceleration, and so forth. So corporations have to enter this process, get into this story. Therefore, on a systematic basis, you can engage in that. But the numbers, what I get as a company, numbers are there. You can invest $1 and get 100. This is something that I wanted to say. Thank you.
Kamil, thank you. Perhaps in your 30s, many startuppers have heard what you are facing, what they're facing every day when they are approaching big companies for the first time, and in many cases they are not successful. Next, I'd like to give the floor to the General Director of the Cluster Fund, Tech Garden, and perhaps Borujan will explain what it all means, because many are asking question why it's called so, but the story was in 2015, and this organization was established according to the law on subsoil in order to promote R&D, and digitization is a part of R&D. So the floor is yours, Borujan. Before we have a small video, I'd like to ask the audience, who knows anything about Tech Garden? I've heard that nobody will raise their hand. Let me ask a question differently. Who until today knew something about Tech Garden? It looks like somebody knows. Who is not from Tech Garden? Are we going to watch the video? Borujan Kankin, I'm General Director of the Tech Garden since April last year, and I wanted to tell this story that I'm an Ironman. I was running 10K Ultra and marathons. I was swimming Ocean Man. Also making some long cycling trips. So the corporate innovations are to compete, to develop alone. When you're running, it's one result, but when you're running together or when you're competing against somebody else. So let's watch the video now. Tech Garden, your digital future guide, effective innovations, best local solutions, quality increase of productivity. Our mission is to have revolutionary technical level for the companies. Our history, 2014, the government has established autonomous cluster, park of innovative technologies, Tech Garden. Our achievements: we have attracted more than 80 subsoil users, more than 185 projects have been funded for more than 16 billion tenge. For the first time within our obligations through Tech Garden functions, we have funded digital deposit, digital mine, digital environment. Our projects implementing technology 4.0, Industry 4.0, optimizing flotation process using artificial intelligence technology, automated data collection, digital smart oil field, positioning systems of personnel and transport, searching for 4.0 technologies to optimize processes in Kazakhstan. Our advantages: financial benefits, full transparency, constant monitoring, individual approach. Smart industry platform, smart industry management platform for the industrial enterprises of the country. Smart factories and mines, Surpack, cloud computing and digital twins, artificial intelligence and industrial robots, digital retrofitting of your enterprise is our main goal. Manage your future now. I see this video for second time. We've made this especially for you. No one has seen it at large scale. So we need to compete, and corporate innovations are about this. We need to compete with somebody or with somebody else. Because in Tech Garden, our relationship between subsoil users and suppliers, there were no competition. It's like you are running alone. The subsoil user would select a supplier, make a contract, and that's it. We've tried to implement some elements of corporate innovations. It's just the beginning of the entire ecosystems of corporate innovations. So I'd like to explain to you how it works based on the example of subsoil positioning. This is the system. It's difficult to understand what is subsoil positioning or underground positioning. Borzhan, you have 1 minute. For many of you, some solutions, they look very complex because we don't see what's inside, and that's what happened for me. Kunaev Mining Institute, I came to them in April, and in May they came to our office. They wanted to implement this project. At that time I didn't understand a lot, and I was against this until I was in their office. When I was in their office in Kunaev Mining Institute, they've shown this, and they said that we can do this. It's unclear what it's all about. It's a black box, and it's unclear. And I was doubting that Konaev, my institute, can do this. So if we look inside we have this diagram, and this diagram circuits here were assembled by school children, and then we program it, and we come with this circuit. And then we have this tube. We have programmed this circuit for its size of the tube, and so it's not so difficult as it seems if you are to know what we do. So the story of corporate innovations, there was one foreign solution that we want to set underground positioning, and we said that we're not going to work as a monopoly, but we'll have small competition. We call it technological marathon, and there are teams, and at the end of the 8th marathon we have some 10 solutions per one task. So soil users, they see not only one task, not only one solution, but 10 solutions at once. So at one of the technical marathons, the Konaev has won a competition or a tender for 200 million tenge. So we are making we are making emphasis on local content. Let's talk about radios, walkie-talkie. I also thought that it's a complex thing, but inside, Kimil understands, and Anwar and Marlene, Janar understands that perfectly. It's a simple tool, simple circuits. The case can be purchased. The circuits are programmed. It's difficult for me to say, but it's time. I'm tired of preparing this event. So it should be transparent, and in order to promote innovations, if we want to have underground positioning, we need to announce to the entire market. So SIMP, all solutions are based on this market. Before the subsoil user is buying some services through Tech Garden, they will first launch them on the SIMP platform. There was QR if you are interested. There are all the contacts. So Tech Garden is one of the cool companies which stimulates internal motivation, internal innovation. Next, I'd like to give the floor to the lady. Last but not least, in 2015, I was involved in subsoil use in mining, and one of the authors who was writing the current mining code. At that time, Tech Garden has just opened, and among the mining companies, there were no companies that would be starting some innovations. It was mostly in-house. We were calling this continuous improvement when some employees were coming up with their ideas. Altinalmas is the company which was one of the first to start innovate, attracting technological teams and cooperate within Tech Garden. So this journey was established by Janara Manjolova. She will now we'll give her more time because she has a presentation. I believe that the men will give generously their time. We'll leave 5 or 7 minutes for questions, for Q&A, because everybody wants to ask questions. So you have 11 minutes. Marlene, thank you so much. I'd like to greet all the guests. Yes, I have a presentation, but I will speak as an independent expert and not like a vice president or ex-vice president of a company. Of course, Autonomous plays a major role in my company. As a company and corporation, I worked there 12 years. I've gave 12 years of my life to work and develop the digital in my company, as well as innovations. According to IDC forecast, IDC Energy Insights, talking about mining, there is a innovation rapidly developing. Marlene and Irlan, my colleagues, were saying that under the boards there should be venture technical boards and committees. That means that there is a big wave of developing innovations, and for big corporations, for SMEs, in order to be competitive at the market, you need to establish innovation centers. And according to IDC Energy Insights, by 2025, most of these companies and vendors, they will start to collaborate. And by the end of 2024, more than 60% of large companies in mining, they will have their own innovation centers. I'm not going to quote others. I'm going to give you a main message on each slide. Talking about R&D, there are some statistics on the key priorities for R&D. And what is for top management very important, you need to solve the issues of developing innovations inside of the corporations and companies and support them. So the key messages that we need to attract and retain technical talent, understand critical customer needs such as supply chain and HR, financiers. More than half of the R&D managers are expecting increase of profit. At the same time, the costs for the innovative centers, and that AI, machine learning and cybersecurity are most important in these areas of developing innovative centers. As to the development of innovations inside of the corporations, what is it all based on? If we talk about internal, there is world trend that the large companies hierarchy structured. They are now shifting to a different structure, which is more flat and more flexible, where tech teams can work freely. So all the products, secondly, we are working in B2B sector, and the companies that are working in B2B, they're starting to develop by diversifying B2C to be client customer oriented by creating individual products for each consumer. So from hierarchy we are going to flat structures where tech teams are created and project work is underway in this agile infrastructure. Because with this free work of technical teams, they can create new innovative products at the market. If we are to talk about business models of companies, many companies are relocating when creating innovative centers to a new business model, where it's business with unlimited growth, with diversification, and then it's accumulated expertise of these teams, plus digital solutions that are developed by these companies or purchased by partners. Of course, this is access to new markets, so that we could offer this or propose this. So what the innovations impact on inside? If we were to talk about current business process inside of the company, we can increase added value. And added value is impacted by system change, system improvement, such as Kaizen and others. And technical innovations, the percentage of their impact is very high, from 15 to 25 percentage points. And also there are additional changes from the additional benefits from the changes of the business model. It's the efficiency of capital investment, efficiency of implementation of any project, optimization of costs, optimization of business process, effectiveness of corporate solutions, and of course this is continuous improvement inside of the company. Now, as independent expert, I'd like to draw your attention to Brain's Force project, which is a new project on the market on how to automate and to simplify the process of innovations inside of the company. In a classical approach, if you work in the larger corporations, it's difficult to collect innovations and get some feedback from our colleagues internally because everybody is busy with their own day-to-day work. So if you have to take the old classical scheme, usually they put some boxes. If you don't like something, write in the box. We will collect it and we'll have expertise, we'll have expert technical counsel, etc. But the owners of this platform, Brains Up, they started to make structuring this innovative process, make it effective and system-based, automating all business process from making innovational claims and inquiries, how they are assessed. You have 1 minute left, so it's personal motivation, products and services, and here this funnel is implemented where the proposed ideas could be automatically searched, moderated. We may vote for these innovative ideas. We may compare and screen anything extra. We may use experts for the assessment and do smart voting. And the innovations that undergo this expertise, they get the budget. Of course, all the budgets, all the companies are thinking about innovation. And throughout the world, if we talk about international experts, 5 to 10% from the total income, it is spent on innovation. Now just 3 minutes talking that there are a lot of platforms to analyze data. You know how ideas are born. Ideas are born when there is data. You can see some weaknesses. And in this, Janar, sorry, time is up. So the last product, Datanomics, is a new product which I would like to pay attention as an expert. It's a very good case on corporate management, corporate governance, because corporate governance for procurement, for the supplies, when there are corporate improvement, all figures are here on the slide. There are a lot of risks identified, financial violations, and it's a very good product. That's it from me. These are main thoughts which I wanted to share with you. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. You can see the difference between men and women's statements. Thank you very much. We have just a few minutes. Is this timer correct? We have just a couple of minutes for questions, so if anyone has any questions. These are my 8 minutes that you took from me. Thank you very much for your statements. Vyacheslav Manofrev, head of the Central Bank Department of Russia. And a question to Kamil, but perhaps a question to everyone. How the implementation of these digital solutions, what lessons did you learn and what mistakes could be avoided from your experience? What should you not do when you outsource innovations? There were a lot of lessons learned and quite a lot of mistakes. When you start to structure the process, you get into it. It's just innovators, inventors trap. There were always people, a team that just pulled me out and said, "Hang on, we're more into deals, and you have to get an order." But this order does not yield you any results. So business approach in creating new companies and attracting external talents, this is what it's all about. You have to remember this. You can even do this promptly. On the example of smart renovation, we just made a one-page invitation to take part to participate in our tender. In 1 month or month and a half, we just had a turnout. And secondly, is prerequisite, if you are doing something, you have to understand associated numbers. There are a lot of companies that try to solve problems that are not problem for anyone. So these problems in the company, they just have 20% in money terms. So you have to look for the things when you understand that. If the amount of $200,000 that you spend annually in order to solve this problem, or if we're talking about $2 million, so you have to change your focus from criteria standpoint in choosing the problem or choosing the new market. So numbers are everything. In the end, the shareholders of the company and the heads of the company, they need numbers. What do I get out of it? What it costs me, and what do I do? This is everything, and all of the rest is just classic. It's a mix of corporate management, project management, and startup ecosystems. Yes, allow me to add. One major mistake that I still live with in this journey of corporate innovations, when we started to structure it, I saw one of the late stages is creation of corporate venture fund. So we'll get startups on the output, and these startups will be in equity in our corporations. I just made one crucial mistake. I went into the financial director and had a lawyer in order to, and this is where everything just died. And I just didn't have to go to them. I just had to go to board of directors, and this is something that I live with. I still come into work and I don't know how to solve it. In all of this story, it's important to be friends with financial director. Yes, it's a good remark. Are there any more questions? Please raise your hand. I'm a bit late. I skipped a little bit of information. My name is Ramir. I present the innovations of Erstan's association. I wanted to ask how you combine the trends of corporate innovations with very closely related things, with detention facilities, for example, and how relevant it is nowadays. We had a project in a company. We have go to B, G to G. We work with the internal ministry, and we had startups that deliver food and goods to rural areas, or etc. We've implemented video surveillance systems. There are various examples, so you don't have to be afraid. The crux of the issues is that people work in prisons, and how we can do this digitally. For example, a smart house and smart prison. How we can improve their conditions. So let's just support them. We don't care about who comes. If you have an idea, that's how Alem School was opened, and it was based on Ecole 42. And when it was opened, its mission was not to gather smart IT specialists, but to give people second chance. So if you have particular mindset and ideas, it doesn't matter if you have criminal history and so on and so forth. You just come in and do your job. There's a example of social entrepreneurship. Askerov. I think you should talk to him about that. He works with people. Mr. Askerov. He is under investigation right now. And with ex-inmates and with people with autism, you have to do your thing, and that's it. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. We would appreciate your support. Does anyone have any questions? We have just 1 minute and 45 seconds. So allow me to sum everything up. One of the key postulates in corporate innovations in any business process is just timing. With our session, we minded the timing. So first of all, thank you for the speakers and for the guests for their time. Sum it up. The key problem for technological teams is bureaucracy. In large corporations, it needs to be utilized properly and have patience. Secondly, it is different languages of communication. When technological team comes in and has to translate some of the slangs and terms, and a classical business just doesn't understand you. So you have to explain it properly. And you don't have to be, and most importantly, do not be afraid of competitiveness. And cherry on top is to be friends with CFO. So thank you very much.
Сессия на тему тренды корпоративных инноваций, опыт и кейсы завершена. Благодарим вас за внимание. Дамы и господа, следующая панельная сессия на тему городская мобильность, пределы и возможности на рынке Казахстана начнется через 10 минут. Просим вас занять свои места и поставить свои смартфоны на беззвучный режим.
If you're ready for some more, you go la la la. Get me non-stop, and we la la la. Level, 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 level up.
Уважаемые участники форума, мы начнем нашу следующую панельную сессию через пару минут, поэтому просим вас занять свои места и поставить свои смартфоны на беззвучный режим. Спасибо.
You're unbelievable. You're unbelievable. You're unbelievable. You're unbelievable. You're unbelievable. You're unbelievable. You're unbelievable.
Приветствуем вас на очередной панельной сессии «Городская мобильность, пределы и возможности на рынке Казахстана». Какой он? Город городской области в Казахстане. На каком этапе развития находится это направление? Какой международный опыт мы можем перенять? Ответы на вопросы узнаем совсем скоро. Модератор сессии Мадияр Тулюгали.
Так, всем. Hello, everyone. I think that right now, while we're gathering, we'll start with introducing our speakers. And the topic we just it's urban mobility. Previously, on a panel session, it was supposed to be attended by speakers from not just transportation, but also transportation of people, but also goods. But it turned out that right now we have players from passenger transportation, from taxi services, and I guess we're going to talk about value of the market, share of the market. So let us start. I'll introduce the speakers, and then we'll go to discussion. We have, in the order, we have Jenis Mukiev, CEO of Mars Capital. Jenis is one of the largest taxi parks, and he is representatives from digital field, but the people who works with aggregate companies in IT, and he'll talk about the backside and how important it is. We have Aray Bikembe, Chief Manager on Development of Business of Urban Transportation in InDrive in Kazakhstan. For more than 3 years now. Previously, he was working for Bolt. I think he will have something interesting to share as well. We have Medjed Kurmanov. He's been in the sector for a long time. He's strategic partner of the Gruzovichkov, Tapi Taxi, and Taxovichkov in Central Asia. For Astana city, it's a pretty well-known brand. We see quite a lot of cars in the airport, for example, in branded green. And Medjed is also chairman of Association of Transportation Workers of the city of Astana and founder of the Astana Taxi city system. And we have Yedlan Shahmedam, founder of the Aparu company. Astana residents may also know on Samala, when I just moved to Astana in 2010 or 2011, or even in 2012, there was Aparu logo. So there, I'm glad to welcome you all. Colleagues, I think we may start with back. I think it's one of the most important aspects. We as a company, we are a young startup. While working in Moscow, while interacting with Yandex and Drive and monitoring this sector, there are not a lot of opportunities to gather together and to discuss some statistics, and it's a unique opportunity. It's interesting to me what speakers are going to say. I hope it's going to be interesting. So let's start with Beck, the person who is responsible for the fact that that cars that arrive to us would be clean and drivers would be sober. Is one of the key partners of Yandex. Jenes, please. You have a very interesting case because the company has grown very rapidly in a span of year and a half. And how did this happen? How could you hire high quality drivers, and how could you please tell us about your company and what do you do? Thank you, Madhyar. First of all, for your invitation, and secondly, it's a pretty good sign that aside from IT service, they also call the back. Online digital is cool and all, but without cars, there will be no taxi. If we're talking about our company, Mars Capital, we have an investment group that invests in various projects. As Madhyar has said, for the last few years, we're investing into the transport area, into the passenger transportation, in taxi parks. The reason for our growth, we started in 2021 with 10 cars, and last year we have grown to 100 cars, and we've entered the top 3, the largest taxi parks of Almaty or even Kazakhstan in comfort class. How is this possible, and why we do this? And we consider it very promising. I would point out 2 key factors. First is that the market of taxi parks, of vehicle parks, of organized passenger transport or business, it is on the very infant stages of its development. If we're looking at statistics, in Moscow, 60% of all the taxi transportations, 6 out of 10 taxis that arrive, these are the cars that are provided by the taxi parks, organized by the business that is engaged, that buys cars, services them, they hire drivers. If we're talking about Russia in general, it's 30 to 40%. If we're talking about Kazakhstan, it's less than 5 to 10%. Just a couple of thousand cars out of all the ones that work in taxi services. It's the car that is provided by taxi parks. So we see quite a lot of potential. So that taxi service is growing. We see a lot of promising areas for business. With the support of our Yandex, with close interaction with them, we would like to would like to grow to several thousands of vehicles in a span of few years. So what does help us? The first aspect is I think the large support from the government, because the cars that we lease and the ones that we take from the salon, they are supported by the Damu fund that subsidize the rates, the annual rates. If the annual rate is 20-25%, then 6% of them is subsidized by Damu. So this allows us to grow rapidly, to invest in this business, and of course those other aspects that help us, support us. There are partners, Salur Auto, Astana Motors. Those are the key aspects that I'd like to tell you about. And additional note, everyone who is here, everyone who calls in for taxi, they see that newer cars started to arrive, Xand, Lantra, and so on and so forth. This is our work. This is just a huge advantage for our passenger, because only the organized business can invest in new vehicles to have decent drivers, for cars to be clean and cleanly operating. Passengers not always can repair their car and service them. I think if we're talking about our industry in this our areas.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you, Janis. But we will talk of how the individuals can govern, as well as taxi companies. I had a question: why you want to grow to 1,000? Why there is no Air Astana in this area? Why we don't hear about brands of large taxi companies with 1,000 fleet? Why it's not there yet? And the second question is, if you are saying that you can grow this segment even more, where the drivers are coming from? Are they coming from the regions or to Almaty, or do they use new cars and repay for them by working in taxi? Why there was no Air Astana? Because we did not come to this market. Oh, that's a joke. Our brand is called Almaty Taxi. So we have ambitions, we have experience, we have a professional team, we have investment opportunities. So we're actively developing, and taxi fleet market exists for several years. When we came to this market, we analyzed and we understood that the taxi fleet market in Kazakhstan is behind Russian and Moscow level. So if in Moscow there is a taxi fleet which has 2,000, 5,000, 7,000 cars, in Almaty in Kazakhstan it's 100, 150. So we are 5 or 7 years behind, and it's just a matter of time. The online services came here long ago. So most probably now we are in the trend which is picking up, and we are quite successful in this. We're developing it. So we want to become Air Astana here. So as to the drivers, it's a very good question, because if we are to talk about our business in general, Yandex, for example, their main customer is the passenger, the one who pays money, the one who orders the taxi. The passengers, they were all people, they're paying money, they're assessing the service. Talking about taxi driver, taxi fleet, it's the driver, the one who generates profits for us. And here it's very important, by working with drivers, according to our statistics, we analyze huge data, we're doing driver scoring, we're assessing them by checklists and other parameters, and we can say that most people are the ones that came to the city. We understand that there is strong urbanization, there are a lot of people moving to the city, looking for some perspectives, and for many of them one of the last opportunities to earn money is they come to the city with their children, with their relatives, a lot of children from southern regions. So for them we give a good opportunity to earn money. If we talk about average numbers, if you're not lazy, you can earn from 5 to 30,000 tenge per day just by working as a taxi driver without having your own car. They will pay for the rent of their car, there will be benzene, gasoline and car wash. So we have recordsmen that are earning a million or 1.2 million per month. There are some of the city dwellers that due to different circumstances have lost their work or something else happened, and they go into taxi in order to cover their own current needs. But in your example, what is the percentage of your drivers? If we were to talk about registration, 20%, 25% are those that have permanent residence in Almaty. The rest are people that came from the region to find work and to earn money for their family. Jenis, thank you so much. Now Mediat, talking about experience in Astana. Mediat, the floor is yours. Madhyar, thank you. The question why we don't have such big parks, we understand that one of the main problems that are related to this topic is lack of state regulation and fair rules, because many investment come to this market, companies are opening parks, there are some foreign players, and in this format there are no fair rules. And studying the different models, we've seen hundreds of taxi companies that were opening and closing, so there is no classical taxi business now remaining. So this sphere is regulated and it should be organized by the government. If government is not involved, there are no level playing field, and so the large players, they can promote their commercial interests. So we don't have such taxi fleets of 1,000 or 2,000. Hasn't this sphere changed 12 years, 13 years ago when Uber accessed this market? This was the same situation, and they started to disrupt this area, this industry. So why you talk about regulation and lack of large taxi fleet? What the regulation should do? There are two subjects. First is the classical taxi fleet, and second is the customer orders. And aggregators are doing this function. It's good technology they provide for the convenience of users. But those that work at this market, it's important that there would be common rules on this market, because the rights of the drivers are not protected. They're not selecting prices. They cannot control their incoming orders. So they have to set models that could be existed in the market. There were taxi fleet companies with their dispatcher services. You can open a newspaper. There were hundreds of brands that were promoting themselves. Now they are not existing because large players have erased them. So competition was unfair in this regard. And so, what has it to do with regulation? We have a law on automotive transport, and there are issues related to taxi carriers, taxi drivers and aggregators. So there are issues that are violated by players, and so for the small companies it's difficult to survive. So you're either with a large player or you cannot be there as an independent. But at the same time, people are getting jobs Janice has mentioned that people are getting jobs, they can relocate to the city, they may bring their family for the quality of education and urbanization. So probably we can discuss regulation later. All right, talking about big player, when Arsen Tomsky was in Almaty talking about relocation, I was inspired by this story of InDriver as a company from the regions of the Russia. Now InDriver is on the second place on the downloading this mobile app after Uber. And InDriver always had its special development model, its special niche. If you could share, please, how you are assessing the size of the market in Kazakhstan, and how do you look at this question which was mentioned before by speakers? There is growth through taxi fleet, through individuals. I understand that you are mostly working with individuals. Please tell us about this segment. Why is it so? It's called the battle for unfairness, as it was mentioned by Arsen Tomsky. Can you elaborate on this? Hello, everyone. I'm Aray Bikimbayev. Thank you for the invitation. I will answer the questions now. I came to InDrive, so we are not InDriver, we are InDrive. We had a name change. I came in 2020 during pandemics. So I worked before that in Bolt. Before that I worked in BY Consulting. And in essence, I would say that in consulting, the size of the volume is, size of the market is easy to assess. The number of red cars in the city. So it's a case interview. So to answer to the size of the Kazakh market, it's impossible because there are a lot of factors at stake. So you can assess the market based on your relatives, friends, just to calculate how many such people there are. Ask them how many of them are using taxi, how many of them are working as taxi drivers, and the difference that you're going to get is the size of the market multiplied by the population. It could be also how many people are driving using taxis, how many people are using buses. People like to walk in Almaty. In Astana it's less developed, the roads are wider, but I don't have an answer that to the size of Kazakhstani market. It's always growing, and it's impacted by unemployment. Unfortunately, if some companies are closing, if there is redundancy in the government sector or in private sector, these are potentially our drivers. So if we talk about the unemployment growth is 5%, so our market will grow at least by 5% every year. It's but at the same time, people are earning money, they are paying for their families, and it's better than working in an office because you can talk to people, and this is the difference from our competitors. As we talk about Yandex, which is very popular in Almaty, and liaison with taxi fleets. We are not working so directly with taxi fleet as Yandex unless there is regulation. And it's not because of our position, it's just because when taxi companies are created, for the driver it's additional iteration, additional step that they have to live with, and additional fees, and it's more expensive. So with colleagues, the taxi companies, they're helping people, those that don't have cars. You can earn for your car. So Arsen Tomsky is our guide. We are all treating him as a visionary. And before this events happened, there was the discussion of company relocating to Kazakhstan as one of the quite successful region in Eurasian area. And as you mentioned, it's important to fight inequality. And why we preferred working with drivers directly, because we believed it's not fair to work through taxi companies. But there is regulation, it exists in all countries. And we've tried to find the most primitive, but the most real taxi companies with medics, and having cars is not the criterion, but the main is that the taxi companies would comply with local requirements. And here regulation does not work holistically. There is tax regulation and there is vehicles regulation. I see colleagues that are working in tax regulation and they understand what I'm talking about. And often they are not talking to each other. So we have to work on different agreements with taxi companies. On one, they make fiscalization of their taxi trips, because the drivers should provide the receipts, but they are provided by the taxi companies. And the second is how we work with them as transport companies. And that allows us to comply with regulation and to develop in the growth area that I mentioned before. When you mentioned that there are people from tax regulation, people became more tense. I see here a sect from Buchta. They are doing accounting, and it's quite an interesting company. So if you have problems with taxes, Arai, how do you assess the InDrive share on the market in Almaty or in Astana or in Kazakhstan? What is the InDriver market share? It's not small. So we may see from one city or from vertical. We have a lot of verticals in the business. It's not only taxi, but also couriers, services, and commuting between the cities. So as to the cities, let me give an analog. A man always think in the family that he is the main person, and Yandex is like a man in the family. It's a good quote. Next, Arai, I had a question to you as well about how many players talking about the number of players. How many players could be in the next 3-5 years? Maybe there will be new players on the market. Very good question, and it's very important for the people that would hear this later and would try to use it in their work. The number of players, it's good when it's local players like Yerlan Shakhmetov, but when there are large players, we know the Bolt experience and Didi experience. Competition is good, but it's additional money that are invested in the market. If we talk about finance, it's very bad, because investment is very bad after loans, because when there are investment, there are always obligations, there are liabilities that are transferred to the users. when there was boat in Astana, there was we tried to not to invest a lot of money, and some of the money was taken from us. But by investing, injecting money on the market, when there are large players coming, they are changing the market rules of the game, and that leads to the increasing the average pay for the passengers. So the drivers are earning more for a while, but then when the company is repaying for this investment, they will get less. So as to the internal players, it's still to be covered by growth. There are questions on the local players. It all depends on the team, and even if you have money, you cannot always spend it right, and it doesn't always lead to good results. When there are local players, let them come. If there are foreign players that come with large suitcases of money, even in the short term, this will result, and that's the right time for that.
Вопрос. In terms of a question for international players, Medet, what pertains to Taksovichkov company or the group of company that Taksovichkov is a part of, they purchased number 2 aggregate in Russian Federation, which is Agromobil, and a lot of people use this service in Russia and in Moscow. What are the plans? What is the structure of the company? How does it work? And does company plan in collaboration with CT10 to come into Astana? Can you please clarify on this story? Of course, last year the deal was closed on purchase of this service. On the merger of the services, it's not the case. We are preparing it for development on other markets. It will take time. We understood that this platform is not ready for further scaling. And as a result, we see that this service will be expanding it to Central Asia and other cities. This is something new for us. We understand that every aggregator has their own channels for attraction and their own features that they use in order to support drivers. It's all just experience for us in the industry that we work in. City mobility is rapidly changing. Only you cannot stay on the market with just a city mobility. Everyone is competing for the creation of ecosystem. Everyone is delivering goods and food and other things. To leave a person on one platform is to exclude every other competitor. So we are striving for something that will be convenient for everyone. Thank you, Medet. We just discussed and everything, and we have approached the issue of the most important one. When we previously discussed the issue of taxi, a lot of my friends are in this field. When we talk about supply side, about the driver and how they are coming into the market, what is the subsidy strategy for the drivers? And we see a lot of examples when players came into the market and dumped all the prices. It was voiced out that it leads to quite a lot of to quite a large cost. It happened with DD and Bolt. And the question is, we have a person who fought against and worked with one of the and has the largest experience in a company that is absolute leader in Eastern Kazakhstan. Please tell us about the experience in competition on a regional level. What happened when large players tried to come in, try to dump the prices? What happened So please let us start with that, and what allowed Aparu to stay afloat and what happened in other regions. Thank you very much for your question. We as a company, we are a regional company as of now, with the perspective of entering the whole market of Kazakhstan. 2023, we're setting the goal of being present in all of the regional centers of Kazakhstan. Secondly, in terms of how we developed it, it was the matter of we are a Kazakhstan aggregator. It is our proprietary development from scratch, and one of the principles is the larger the market, the lesser commission for the driver. It was the main principles that we had to adhere to, and this principle is still upholding now, and we're successfully seeing our perspective there. And this is one of our competitive advantages, and the fact that we are just existing alongside with global companies on the market, and those global companies with their super technologies. But in general, the market, informational technologies is just a niche that is, I think, where everyone can have a job there, and everything that we want as a business, the competition will be just an advantage to make an impression from everyone. In regards to what we did and how we preserved, I think it's just because we are facing our customer, one of the prerequisites. And I've already mentioned the commission principle. When we asked, what do you live on? It's the commission that keeps us going. Yes, the company is profitable. We're working on the market, and we want to expand into the markets of Kazakhstan in this regard. So that's about it. So you're saying that the commission is low. Was it the main factor that allowed you to stay afloat against other players? As far as I know, when DD entered, they had tremendous budget. And if we want to list, we will spend all day doing that. The question is the similar business model. We're looking at the condition of our customers, how they work, and how our drivers are work. And passengers, it's a common market. Passengers only care about the tariff net. We take part in that, but in any case, the cost of the drive is regulated by the market, no matter how much we regulate it in that sense. And the business model that exists on the market, they have their own advantages. Competitive advantages is one of the things due to which we survive. Well, I say survive. You're just concerned about it. As any business, it's very volatile. Volatility is taxi business is just one of the most competitive markets in Kazakhstan, and all of the businesses, one of the niche businesses where there's a real competition going on. Back in 1990s, where dispatch services existed, there was just a wild market, and it was very competitive. Everyone competed with one another. Where dispatch companies, they were, you know how they worked. So when the aggregation model came into the play, and the cost, registration, management with the whole flow, we set the tone for the market. All of this thanks to the centralization of the market. So this is what we strive towards. The market is moving. The future ahead of us is very clear, and the informational technologies is something that that you can think a lot about, and you can forecast a lot of things. But in 2000s, when we created our product, so focus is on the driver. Does nationality help somehow? And at the end of the day, user just chooses comfort. They choose price and comfort, or is it patriotism? That something that you build your business upon? Because a lot of people think that in Usk-Kamyanogorsk, Aparu #1 is just because of that factor. A lot of people think that way. Me myself, I'm Kazakh. I'm Kazakhstan citizens. I love my nation. This goes without saying. But business, whether it's in the U.S. or in Africa or in Australia, it's business. It doesn't matter what nationality you are, whether you're Kazakh, German, or Chinese. This patriotic sense, I'm not gonna put it at the top. It's just there. First of all, it's economy. First of all, it's wallet of our customer. What's the commission? I'm just like a professional journalist. Our commission is 50 tenge, regardless of the. And what is the average cost of the drive in Usk-Kamyanogorsk? So it's 750 or 800 tenge. So just 700 tenge, a more right way to put it. That's average cost. To stay clear, our commission, everything, a lot of things depend on it. The higher the market in geographical outreach, the lesser the commission. It is proved by the fact that our latest change in 50 tenge, it took place in 25th of November in 2022. Before that, it was 45 tenge, and it was since 2016. So for several years, we had a commission for 45 tenge, and on 25th of November, we changed it to 50 tenge. It's not a promotion. It's not just, it's a strategy. So you damp it yourself. Can you say, just relatively of the players, it's not damping. It's behavior towards your user. The more I do it for him, the more money he'll bring me. So you are there for the long term. Thank you very much, Yerlan. So what does Taksevichkov has to say on the competitiveness and on the market of capital city? Quite a lot of people went through it, through a lot of budgets. So please, when you entered the market, I did not see some marketing campaign. So what was your experience? Allow me to tell you how we entered the market. We began it back in 2010. We started with taxi company to the large aggregator that has its own business. How many drivers do you have? More than 500 in Astana. It turned out that technologies and global trends in 2016, we've seen this globally. They started to grow, markets started to change, and we understood that our brands that were in the market, they'll cease to exist, and we've made a decision with city players that we have to change something and to establish and strengthen our competitive advantage on the market. It was the first stage when we united under Astana Taxi brand, when we united dispatches and started to deliver vehicles faster. And then we started to understand all the automation products. They do not allow us to compete with global players. When we were looking for partners that could share the technology or unite, so we had to merge with Russian group of company that has various services, which is passenger, food transport, food delivery, goods delivery. So we just stamped our brand of Taksevichkov, which we've rebranded as Stampy Taxi. So no one noticed all the active ad campaigns. So as this is a classic aggregation. So not a lot of people saw that. We're working on the market now, but international players such as Bolt and ADD, they've affected us quite a lot because the drivers that worked for us, they went to them and they were promised huge payments, and we were not ready to pay that to our drivers. So we understood that we had to survive this period. There were a lot of canceled orders. There were some customers that had to wait for us 30 or 40 minutes. We lost a lot of customers. Quite a lot of people came back to us, and our model is a bit different from what we have on the market. We're only working with official transporters. Those are the companies that apply through YEGOV and are legal representatives of taxi parks. They insure the vehicle, they insure the transportation, they pay their taxes, brand the vehicles, they adhere to every criteria that is posed by the legal requirements. And all of our vehicles, they are registered in Akimats. They know the city. There is a register of vehicles. Our drivers transport through bus lanes, which is also an advantage. Other vehicles cannot do that. So our clients know that if they are in a traffic jam, they can get out. So in large cities, the transportation takes 40 to 50 minutes. So we can do it in 15. Okay, thank you. I think we'll be going to the completion, and I'm gonna ask one more time. And I'd like to ask, just as I do with everyone else, what would you say, what would happen if Kaspi enters the market, taxi market? What do you think? This is the first question. And secondly, I would like to ask every speaker in short, please. And second, in assessment of the market, everyone is curious. Someone said that there are 100,000 drivers. Someone says that there are 300,000 drivers or 500,000. So I get confused all of these numbers. I do have my opinion, but I'd like to hear the expert opinion. First, Kaspi, and second, how much do you says there are, how much do you think there are drivers in Kazakhstan? Yerlan, please. A specific number of drivers, I think there are 300 or 400,000. As it's the drivers of Kazakhstan. About Kaspi, if Kaspi, talking about patriotism, we can use that word here. There is a general rise of external foreign policy situation. You all know what's happening on the market in this regard. So there is a rise of internal Kazakhstan rise, and this is it. It is there. It is something that we want. From business standpoint, we have to pay attention to that fact. And speaking about Kaspi and patriotism, if Kaspi comes into with foreign aggregate, then there are some questions in regards to how are they going to pull it off. It's a completely different situation. We have good competitors, Yandex. There was a completely different situation back then. A political situation has changed, so if they're going to come in with a foreign player, then I'm not sure about the success. If they're going to come in with their own development, then there's a high probability that with their resources and capabilities, they will be able to do that. There's a and how much do you think they're gonna go into that sector? I don't think it's a problem. Everyone present here, everyone can come out there, open it, and launch it and work. Medjet, both questions. Why are we talking about Kaspi, and why are we talking about the fact that Kaspi cannot develop an app for taxi? There are two questions. First of all, there are two prerequisites. That's the drivers that worry about the commission and how much the drivers do not are making. There's a wave in Kazakhstan for drivers when they express themselves that there's a very large commission. Some of them stopped making the money they used to, and there are some trends why there's no Kazakhstan product and why shouldn't there be less commission. Secondly is the users, when they started to complain about the price increase, when it reached 3 to 4,000 tenge, and social media had complaints about high prices. Drivers of Kaspi in future, I don't think so. I think the market is pretty tight, and there are a lot of users of Kaspi. I think everyone has Kaspi, and I don't. But there are a lot of moments that are pertain to security with the tax payment in legal issues. I don't think there are some. I don't think Kaspi is going to go into that. I don't think it's going to worth for the profit of the company. We tried in terms of market. We tried to assess it. We conducted analysis. We had the benchmarking as a 1.5 multiplicator, and it depends on monthly inquiries and the historical data that we have since 2012. So in that sense, Kazakhstan market is estimated to amount to 150 billion tenge. 200 million, 150 million, or more than 200 million billion per year. So 400 million tenge.
As to the drivers, we understand that there are 54,000 drivers that are going to work every day. The unique drivers in the entire Kazakhstan, they are working. But how many connected drivers? There could be 300,000. Those that are working once a week or once a month. There could be every fifth Kazakh citizen. Well, that is now Media's clear answer. Arai in drive. What do you think about this? As to the drivers, our first name is in driver, which is independent driver, and everybody who has a car, they are independent and they are drivers. So I don't know the exact number, but I know that there are a lot of them. It's a big number. I was a driver. Perhaps somebody also is giving a ride sometimes. So those that are having a car, they are our drivers if they pass the test. But as to the Kaspi, if they want to access this market, I don't think that they will do this because they are a public company, they are publicly listed. And with this activity there are a lot of risks and investment required on a large scale. But Kaspi, they know they have 11 million users, so they know the payability of all the Kazakh people almost. So anti-monopoly is not going to let them in, and it will be a big precedent for existing markets, for existing players, and for the foreign players. I'm not going to talk about the market. I was watching the stories as to this question. It was discussed. Let me first answer the second question on the market. We don't know the numbers, but I would agree with Mediat assessment. It's 50 to 70,000 people are driving around Kazakhstan to work as a taxi driver, and it's 5,000-7,000 taxis provided by a taxi company. We're talking about rough numbers. If we talk about Kaspi Taxi, I don't think that there could be any forecast about wish for everything to work smoothly. Colleagues, I believe that there were a lot of interesting things, especially for me. There were many interesting insights and opinions, and I hope that we will continue this practice to meet more often, not only at digital forums but at others, and other players will participate, the ones who are large on this market, and perhaps other international companies that will enter this market. So I like this session, and perhaps we'll have now a Q&A. How much time do we have? Let us start and we'll see what happens. Hello. Thank you. I'd like to ask a question to all the speakers. All the speakers said that their main customers are drivers, but drivers are not socially protected. There are no tax payments, and in December 2022 there was a government meeting saying that online platforms have to pay taxes for drivers. And I have a question: do the taxi companies can now pay taxes for the drivers, and is it going to influence the fee? So how can you officially employ drivers? I just want to know your opinion. Perhaps the question is to me. We are not so relevant to answer this question because, as I said, for us it doesn't matter what the drivers do. Our main business is give them a car, so they are paying a rent, and what they do, whether they work with Yandex or InDriver, or they're just working as a street taxi. We are not related to this, we're not responsible for this, so we cannot answer this question. Let me answer. We've participated in this meeting with the government. So many drivers that are working in different services, they're not working in taxi companies, but are working directly, and nobody pays their taxes. And there were many cases when these drivers, they would request medical assistance and couldn't get it because they are not paying taxes. There are no social payments, and so the polyclinics had to refuse them. So we have lots of such cases. When the drivers come to us, then they have outstanding loans and elements, and they understand that these money are going to leave them, so they're not ready for that. So we have a huge number of drivers who are on the blacklist. So if they would have to pay taxes, who is going to pay that? If it's the platform, it's more convenient because to chase every taxi driver to pay taxes, it's not convenient. But if they are registered on the platform, they could be forced to pay. But the platforms are not going to do that. They will include that in their commission, so it will be paid by the passengers themselves. But they're trying to force drivers to open the individual entrepreneur status. But many of them they have bad debts, and they're trying to register for their sisters or brothers to escape this tax burden or loan burden. So the tax authorities are trying to scrutinize them, and there is also competition. So those that do not want to pay for their children as ex-husbands, they should be on the blacklist. The question is that the drivers today, they live with one day, so their horizon of planning is 3,000-5,000 tenge to buy some products or some medicine, but they have to pay so many taxes per month. It's impossible for them. They cannot plan this as a business, because business plans for 1 year ahead. So the drivers cannot allow this long-term planning. So this question is not a simple one. We are participating in several groups. We work with the tax committee, with the telecom group. It's not a secret that in Kazakhstan we have a community of people that is remote from all governmental programs. They are not registered, they are not paying their pension, and they just exist. Some of them they are working on the market, some are staying at home, some are working as hairdressers, barbers, the same as for our users, the drivers. So that's why we have a big problem. It's a government issue. It's not an issue of a taxi company or an aggregator. It's a big government issue. There is a group of people, social group of people who are toxic. They are not manageable, they are not registered, they are like somewhat kind of invisible. And this problem exists for the government, for the country. So now the state is working on this, and we submitted our recommendations to the government. So one of the recommendations is that our drivers that are working with us, for them, tax committee together with state authorities, they're thinking of how to call them self-employed, to have some simplified taxation. This is a new technology, and one of them is IT technology. So our legislation, our law is not ready for what is appearing now on the market. So I have 2.5 years participating in developing, and there are several amendments to the laws. I work on that for 2.5 years. It's a very complex issue. Everybody understands that. So it's not a matter of taxi companies and people who are sitting here. It's a cool discussion. Daniel, I represent KPMG. How to develop your business and scaling it up, to think about environmental responsibility of the business within this carbon neutrality agenda and the condition in Almaty every year, how to achieve both goals for you as players. If I may, as to the environment, it's not only Almaty, but it's also Ust-Kaman, Karaganda, Temirtau, Aktobe. It's just a nightmare. I'm from Ust-Kaman and I know what it's looked like. So one of the solutions, the government should subsidize, provide real subsidies. So it's a state matter. So the taxi companies, they are buying cars. There are electric cars. If the taxi company would buy e-cars and the government would support them and subsidize them 80%, 70%. For Almaty, there are 80% of pollution are the cars. So some percentage would be crucial. Let me add to that, as a taxi company, the main argument as a taxi company is that we are organized business, and if we talk about taxi market, only organized business as a taxi company which works with profit and invests in the cars can impact what kind of cars will drive, because if you can force 300,000 individuals to buy cars, it's impossible. So it depends on taxi companies, and there are two issues. First, the taxis are developing in Kazakhstan. It's like a public transport. One taxi can transport 30 people and make 50 trips. So that would replace 30 to 50 personal cars. So the more taxi would develop in Kazakhstan, the less there would be need for people to live or to use their personal cars to drive to the office in the morning and go back in the evening. So taxi positively impacts environment, especially in Almaty. We see all the traffic jams and the smoke. And we as a taxi company, one of our missions is to have more cars that would replace personal cars. To have more cars, to have a cheaper price per ride, so less personal cars and less smoke. And second issue as to the e-cars, we are also looking at the perspective, and we see that in the Western countries, in US, the governor of New York, mayor of New York, they had their Uber and Lyft to have only e-cars by 2030. That is their mandatory requirement. It's more difficult and complicated in Kazakhstan. We don't have this infrastructure. And secondly, we have one of the cheapest gasoline in the world. It's subsidized industry, and that does not help development of e-cars. So with as a taxi company, we are looking at different options, investing in electric cars, to have some incentives with the mayor's office to develop infrastructure. We're talking to Damu Foundation and other institutional foundation to provide subsidies and benefits. We are talking to the players, to InDrive. We discussed with Arsen. And they are saying that perhaps they are going to launch leasing for e-cars, and perhaps for Yandex there will be a special rate where you can choose e-car, and that will be a contribution of passengers to make the city cleaner. And it's a good initiative from the aggregators. We will try to invest in this, but just give us an opportunity. Thank you, colleagues. The speakers will stay here. You can ask them additional questions. So let us round up. We've discussed environment and taxes, and I think it was useful. Thank you all.
Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this.
Панельная сессия «Городская мобильность. Пределы и возможности на рынке Казахстана» подошла к концу. Мы надеемся, что вы получили пищу для размышления и услышали много интересной и полезной информации. Уважаемые участники, это было завершающее активити в рамках форума Digital 2023, крупнейшего события в области информационных технологий. Спасибо, что были с нами. Ждем вас снова на форуме в следующем году. Крепкого здоровья вам и новых перспектив. До встречи!
All I need is your love.